Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 5:39 p.m. on a Sunday night. That's 5:39 p.m. on a Sunday night. 11:30:25, which is a November 30th 25. It's just past Thanksgiving. It's 72 degrees in my house, and as you can see from the clock on the wall, 5:39, 72 degrees, 11:30 on a Sunday. Today I got up and I did errands to town and did stuff there for my family. I walked for 2 hours and 26 minutes in total, and I'm paused now. I'm paused now. I walked a total of 5.62 miles today. You can tell from the clock on the thing, and I'm paused. I'm going to end the segment now. Yep, and proud of my progress. 5.6 miles, not bad, and doing pretty good. You know, I'm walking 5 miles every day. It's 35 miles a week. It's been a whole week now. I haven't missed a day. And it's like, you know, that's 35 miles a week, and that's what I'm going to stay at for the rest of my life. I'm going to walk 35 miles a week, 70 miles every 2 weeks, 140 every month, 140 miles, and at the end of the year, I'll try and reach 1,000 miles. And if anybody ever calls me lazy or fat or unmotivated or do nothing or anything like that, I'll hold up my watch and be like, motherfucker, I walked 1,000 miles last year. What are you talking about? And I would walk 5,000 miles, and I would walk 500 more. Anyways, sorry, fucking loud client is almost done. Sorry, Once Human's a bit loud. I apologize for that. There we go. And I would walk 500 more. I don't remember that whole song, but yeah, there we go. Okay. Going live on the Once Human. We're gonna come in. We're gonna go live on the Fallout 76. Yep. And the Once Human's firing up. And then today I wanted to take a look at getting Dragon's Dogma 2 running in a state that's acceptable. And I'll drop it off the big face here. I don't think Dragon's Dogma is a game that I want to play on anything but GeForce Now. So I don't know. Now, GeForce Now, Dragon's Dogma 2 might be really fucking good, actually. And I don't know. We'll have to see. My computer struggles with this game with a 4060 Ti. So we'll see. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to put my headphones in. I'm sorry. Just better to charge them while I'm doing stuff, you know, because then I don't have to charge them. So maybe I'll get to 2 o'clock. I'll have to charge them too. Wait, that got louder. There we go. I'm gonna turn my mic up. I can't alt-tab. I can't alt-tab for whatever reason. Okay, all the mics good. Everything's good. So, going to work. So cool. We got something. I don't remember what it is. Road trip bundles, Death Lord bundle, Wild Living bundle, Poseidon Energy gas station. Let's go into the seasons here. Ooh, I have 100 tickets. Nice. Tickets are always good. I'm done with this page. That's odd. I bought all that stuff. Oh no, there we go. There we go. Nope. Go back. I don't mind some re. Oh no, I don't have enough. Oh yeah, I gotta make sure that these things are clean. Yeah, totally spaced that part of it. Oh yeah, that's it. That is part of it. Yeah, add some definite wax in there. But it wasn't bad. But it's enough that you don't think it's there, but it is there. It's definitely there. Yeah. Just enough where it might affect the sound slightly. That might be part of this too. I want a can of air to blow out these headphones. Just do and this too. This too works really well. I've never owned a pair of iPods before, and I'm just like getting used to being an owner of them because they're expensive, but they have such cool design. I don't know if you guys have ever owned one before, but to the people here who've never had an iPod. God damn it, this cord is so tangled. Anyways, the case is its own charger, so you can disconnect it from the cord and take it with you, and the case will charge the headphones, so you have like a double charge wherever you go, which is such a cool idea. It has some weird options on it. It's got like buttons and sensors on the side. You can tap it for like stuff, and I don't know why they did that. That's actually kind of annoying. Oh yeah, that's louder. Nice. Yeah, the earwax had built up a bit, and it's such a tiny little hole that the earwax had built up a bit. Oops, wait, did I do that right? Oh, did I get them turned around? Is that right? Oops. This is the left one. There is an L mark, but I don't remember where it is on this. I can figure out the case. The case is in here. Easier way to do it. Which one is left? Is that this one? Oops. Yeah. Oh, that one's left. Okay, so that one's left. I'm just making sure. There we go. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. Okay, it's 5:48. Let's get on the main and go in and do the hourly. Oops, no. Gonna go do once human. Yep, and then level 39. Not bad. I'm getting up there pretty fast, but I also kind of get cock blocked by the stupid mode. But the mode will end quickly, and then I'm just sitting there. Oops. No, go back. Oh, maximize volume on a previous device. Now that's kind of crazy. I never thought about that. That's also maybe something that's happening here. Yeah. Is the iPhone making these oh good. The iPhone. I want to go to AirPods. Or devices or whatever. Devices, something? I don't know. No, I don't remember how to do it. I think it's in the settings, and you go back, and you're like, AirPods or something. I don't know. I don't remember how to do this. General. Oh, maybe I can do. Let's go into the sound. Yeah, go into the sound of this or whatever. Yeah, yeah, the control center or whatever. Access within apps. No, I don't remember. I'm not gonna fuck with this right now. I think it's okay. I don't think it's messing with it. It's that it's got an AI in the headphones that doesn't want to blast your eardrums. I actually don't mind if the headphones do that. I don't care. And it does. It doesn't want to wreck my fucking ears, and they don't want to be sued. So they're having the AI like turn down the AirPods when music is loud. But I mean, like, I don't mind loud music that blasts my eardrums. I actually really don't. I actually kind of like it, you know. I don't care if I go half deaf in my old age. I like blasting music. I've done it since I was a kid. I'm not gonna stop. I was a musician for many years. I don't think I have good hearing. I have good hearing, but I don't think, you know, I don't know if it's gonna last. You know, we'll see. Okay, so no, I don't want to sign up. I just want to like play the game. So this thing. Do I need to plug it into like something, or can I just use it? Oh no, this is the territory terminal. Everything's repaired, but I want to go use this thing. Yeah. Okay, I want to, oh, I can make a bike? Oh, cool, I can craft a bike. Yeah, I want, basic parts. Oh, good, I can make a better, you must repair it before you can renovate it. Good. Then, oh yeah, I was playing Genshin last night, but I don't think I'm going to play Genshin again. It was good to return to it, but it's also like the same sort of problem. It's like, I don't know, I have so many games. Genshin's a good game. I like being able to just jump in on it, but I mean, I'm not going to do that right now. We're fast approaching Guild Wars 1 day. Guild Wars 1 remaster. That'll be fun. I'm overweight and I'm going to fix it. Oh no, I probably have a lot of stuff. I forgot, but I have a lot of stuff, huh? Yeah, I have a lot of stuff, which is fucking annoying. That kind of helps, but not really. I might literally have to, like, walk somewhere where I can scrap this stuff. Maybe I better just do it here. Is it the armor? Yeah, it's all the armor. I'm going to do the lower stuff. It's all this armor, yeah. This thing... Is it a power armor, or is it... It's a right arm. It's got 20 or it's 68048. But it's power armor. Oh no, that's, I have the wrong, oh, it's Secret Service chest piece. Nocturnal Secret Service chest piece. This I can just probably scrap. Vanguards, right? Vanguards is the one with the oops. Yeah, this is my jetpack, so So I guess we'll just keep on scrapping until I get to where I'm going. Long shot. I've never seen this gun. Target, 25% armor presentation. Ooh, let's see the action on it, because I believe they improved sniping. Long shot. What does it weigh? Weighs 15 pounds, which isn't too good. It's one of the reasons why I'm overweight. But let's see the action on it. Maybe I can respec it for... Oh yeah, can you... Oh yeah, Alt and Q is zoom. Q. What do you mean Q? Oh yeah, there's like buttons and stuff, but I don't remember how you do this. This is a short scope. Maybe you need to put a long scope on it. It's suppressed. Yeah, it is suppressed. 1237, nice. Watching the zombies come in the dark is kind of cool. I mean, yeah, that's good damage. I'm gonna keep this gun. Yeah, long shot, huh? 50% damage against targets above 60% health, so your first shot really hurts them. 1947. That's a good hit. That's a good hit. How's the mag? Mag is 7. 7 isn't amazing, but let's see what the fire rate is. Not really too amazing, but the damage on it's pretty good, especially because you can just keep hitting like different targets if they're full health, and it keeps doing 60% extra to them. So it does have good stuff. Ooh, an executioner's shish kebab. Let's take a look at the long shot. Oh, my music's off. Let's turn it on because it's kind of RP for the moment. A long shot. Oh yeah. So let's join a team. I mean, it's a nice weapon. Ooh, fancy pump action shotgun. That looks like a different shotgun, doesn't it? It kind of does. Wait, did they improve the pump? How many rounds? 8. Yeah, 8. 8 in the Mossberg pump or whatever. I mean, it's good, yeah, but it's probably not as good as like some of the epic shotguns that I've got. I'm still gonna have to keep scrapping a lot. I have like 2 dailies worth of legendaries on me and they're heavy. This sniper rifle's heavy. Maybe I should just dump all these legendaries in the box. I don't really have room. I'll take some of this stuff out. Yeah, and just fucking sell it or scrap it. Yeah, like some of this stuff we can just get rid of so that I can dump the real weapons in there. Shish kebab. Nocturnal pickaxe. Anti-armor minigun. That's another thing that's really weighing me down. Yeah. This Furious Pump Action Shotgun is probably heavy. Yeah. And so, what else? We have lots and lots of armor. 2 pounds. Are you serious? It was only 2 pounds. Assassin's Raider Power Torso. I can't do it. And yeah, so now we're down to 342. We're starting to get a little bit more sane. This thing's probably really, really heavy. Yeah. We'll put legendaries in there. This thing's heavy. It's 8 pounds. So 1172 out of 1200. I'm at 318. I'm almost there. I'll have to put some of this back, like that floater Nasher. Maybe I can warp now. It's the event time. Oh, there was some stuff. Oh, good. Where did I get all that bulk ballistic? I must have just bought it. Heart of the Swamp. Damn it. I will have to scrap. I'm gonna have to go to Nuka-Cola quick. That's okay. Well, can I make a bike and just use it? Cool. Yeah, I can just switch between them. Sweet. Nice. Anyways, I want to do management of this stuff. Hold to confirm. I thought I did. I didn't do that? Oh, yeah. No, I have to do it now, huh? I didn't have enough. It's a shame. If I can't put it in my vending machine, it's like kind of a problem. And I don't know if I can keep stuffing stuff in. I don't know. I guess I'll just go join the event. And the like, I mean, I'm full. I'll have to sell. Is what I need to do. Is what I'll do for like 2 minutes. I'll sell here, because that will get me down where I'm a little bit better. I'm gonna pop a bunch of psychotats and stuff, but yeah, my aid. That's another thing. I have a lot of aid. That's like another thing. I'm just gonna dump it all again. I don't know, if I have the aids that I want favorited, it's easy enough to draw, or I don't know, I guess I'll sell everything that I don't want and have hearted, so. And I got 2 minutes here before I have to get to the event. I mean, storage is a fucking problem, frankly. Okay, so any apparel, yeah, any apparel needs to go. Any food and drink at all, pretty much. Yeah, just sell it. I really don't care. I don't care to waste the time on it. Got some serums. That's good. I'm gonna sell these rataways because they're not really of use to me. What? Just sell half these stim packs because it's just rich. It's like rich in stim packs. You are not operating correctly. You are annoying. Oh, I'm hitting cancel is what it is. Ooh, stim pack supers. 44 of them. I'll just sell these stim packs then. Fuck it. And I'll just switch over to the stim pack supers. If I need more, I'll buy more. Or make more. Are those supposed to be used for something? Oh, cool. I can sell them? Oh, I can. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be selling those. Rad lilies and stuff. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't care about whatever it is. Jetpack's the only thing I cared about. And if I need it, I'll grind it. You know, whatever. What is Carnal Weeper for? Let's go, just go verify real quick. Oh, so this stuff, I'll take them back, and apparently I'm supposed to craft them into apparel. So I'll just keep those, I guess. I didn't really realize. So let's go back. What is that? That's going to be like probably Tinker Bench, craft, apparel. That's odd. Yeah, but none of this stuff... I don't know. I don't see any way to make apparel. Let's go to the armor bench. Oh, I'm missing in this event. Oh, really? Fucking lame. I missed the event. Come on. No. Where is everybody? I forgot to go to the event. Damn it. But I mean, I have too much stuff. I've got too much stuff to even go to the event. I know I do. I'm gonna get stuck there with like way too much stuff that I can't like that I can't crack. So I'm just gonna do it here instead of doing the event. I'm just getting ready for the next one because I was not ready. We'll just put these away for now. They'll always be there. Nice, I'm 120 pounds down now, and I don't need to worry so bad anymore. Oh, stash is full again. Damn it. I need to go to a server that lets me get in my base now, so I'm just gonna drop it down since I didn't get in the event. And I'm going to go back to a different map.
Break the law. So bookmark this video, well, break the law in a resistive manner. I'm not going to teach you how to be a criminal, but I am going to teach you how to fight against the crazy censorship that's going up against us. So I don't know if you know about this, okay, but today, well, if you live in Missouri,
I have a friend who lives in Missouri.
You might notice that your internet got a little bit more restricted today. Well, what happened, ladies and gentlemen? Missouri decided to pass their own set of age verification laws. And yeah, that means the internet in Missouri today is apparently going to be restricting you from accessing the adult websites. Basically, any website that caters, I believe, 33% of its content skewing towards being harmful to minors, which is already an incredibly vague term. It could be anything from adult content all the way to things that whatever the discretionary board considers to be harmful. Now, many people can take this as censorship. To be honest with you, I think the internet censorship crap has gone on far enough, and it's ultimately a crusade led by politicians to bring in mass surveillance under the guise of protecting the kids. We'll talk about all of that, but to me, I wanted to show you guys a way to resist this crap and access the internet you know and love while keeping your privacy. And why? Because I think the politicians running this kind of crap are so old and decrepit, they actually don't understand how the internet works. So because of this stuff going on and people slowly resisting, by looking up what a VPN is. So for instance, literally today, okay, the term VPN was searched in a breakout sense. Best free VPN for phone, best budget VPN, best built-in VPN, no lag VPN. There's no doubt, okay, that there's a lot of people in Missouri who just want to access the internet like they used to be doing in the freest country in the world. You know, we live in a day and age where America is becoming like China with the Great Firewall and all that bullshit, where people's access to information and general shit is being slowly restricted. Now the problem
they're gonna force a life of bullying on me.
Somebody in Missouri looks at
I want real
free
ID.
VPN for iPhone. They're probably like gonna download a free VPN that's actually stealing all of their information, that's actually malicious towards them. This law is almost a gateway for people to get their shit hacked and stolen. So I'm gonna teach you guys how to get access to respectable VPNs in a private fashion. So in order to do this, right, we're gonna have to engage with crypto, boys and girls. So inside my entire exchange in Canada, I realized very quickly, if not that I realized, I knew this, but in Canada, there's not really an easy way for you and I to buy anonymous crypto, because cryptocurrency in a lot of ways are subject to a lot of laws and regulations. So when you go to online exchanges, they'll ask you for your driver's ID, all that kind of crazy crap. So inside this experiment for today's video, I decided I'm going to go in my general area and find a place where there is a Bitcoin wallet, ladies and gentlemen, a Bitcoin ATM. Now these ATMs are really special. You can actually Google them in your area. So for instance, around where I live in Oakville Market, so to speak, yeah, I know you guys can probably like, oh, Moody, you're doxing yourself. Look, this is a big ass city, okay, so you're going to knock on every door trying to find a fat Indian guy. I just don't. You get it, okay? So you go to this marketplace, and inside the Oakville Market, ladies and gentlemen, it is actually inside this little market. This is what it looks like, next to the Puff Puff Vape. So inside this store, somewhere, ladies and gentlemen, will exist a Bitcoin ATM. Now these Bitcoin ATMs are really special. You can connect them to your credit card, your bank card. You can deposit it that way, which kind of defeats the purpose of anonymity. Or in some cases, some ATMs will allow you to deposit cash anonymously. You know, what a novel concept. You can take your cash, your dollary dues, put them in, connect them to a Bitcoin wallet, and actually end up receiving money. As we're speaking, ladies and gentlemen, on my Bitcoin wallet, I actually did in fact receive some Bitcoin money. Now, using that Bitcoin crypto money, I can actually go to a decentralized exchange known as Bisq. Now, Bisq is by far one of the most popular exchanges on here, and apparently, according to the people who care about their anonymity, they guarantee no KYC. So again, what you're doing over here is you're finding another individual that has Monero, or you're swapping money around. So I took my Bitcoin and I swapped it for a currency known as XMR, which is Monero. So when I swapped $60 of Bitcoin for Monero, remember there are fees associated. In fact, even those Bitcoin ATMs I talked about, which are available in a lot of these convenience stores, do in fact charge higher than average fees. So imagine you're kind of just paying more for that extra sense of privacy. Now, if you don't really care about that, or if you want the convenience factor, use an online exchange. You can buy crypto literally in minutes. Now, once you have access to these cryptocurrencies, you can swap them on Bisq for XMR. You should also go to Monero's website, and you should also set up a actual Bitcoin or Monero wallet over there, because it's actually a different currency. So for instance, underneath Monero, you can go to their website, you can go to the download section, for instance, download their GUI wallet and make a wallet here. So once you exchange from your Bitcoin wallet to your Monero wallet, you can then go to a respectable organization like Mulvat, for instance, go to their VPN service and pay them €5 per month. So because you transferred probably $60, you probably have enough money for several months of this service. So again, it's a simple matter of making an account number, going into your actual account page, and depositing the required amount of Monero to get access to their VPN service. So now, if you're in Missouri, for instance, now if you really care about your privacy and anonymity in any part of the world, not just Missouri, following these steps allows you to at least retain some level of your privacy and be able to at least partake in the internet that you ever used to love and is slowly being ripped away from you. Now again, privacy-wise, remember, because you went to a Bitcoin ATM, if the glowies really want to get you, it's as easy as figuring out on the Bitcoin transaction chain when the transaction occurred, going to that specific, convenience store you were at, pulling the CCTV. I mean, again, remember, you're not that important for the fucking glowies to go after, but if you really just cared about your privacy or anonymity and you didn't just want to, exchange your ID around, because really you shouldn't have to be exchanging your fucking ID to access sites like Reddit, to access sites like YouTube, to access many services on the internet. You can go this way and then, using Mulvad, route yourself through a country that is still free and use that internet access to browse the internet you know and love. That is the actual steps that I took. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you can use some civil disobedience, learned that in school, by the way, and fight back against a tyrannical, near-fascist government, okay? That is what you have to do in order to thrive. So no matter what side of the fucking aisle you're on, boys and girls, at least you learned something today. You learned how to resist against a machine that will not stop at taking away every single civil liberty you have. Now you might be like, but Muna, aren't you just allowing those children to get harmed? Isn't this going to teach them how to access the internet? First off, kids are smarter than you think. They're gonna be accessing crazy shit regardless. You wanna know something about banning things? I want you to actually look at the history of what prohibition was in the United States. You know when we banned alcohol in the United States? What the fuck happened the next day? People started drinking hooch. People started drinking booze. A lot of booze that wasn't even quality tested. You wanna know where this happens to this very day, ladies and gentlemen? No better than if you look at Saudi Arabia. This is from the Saudi Medical Journal, by the way. Visual and neurologic sequelae of methanol poisoning in Saudi Arabia. According to this, it's a retrospective series of 50 consecutive patients in the King Khalid Eye Specialist Hospital. So again, Saudi Arabia has really good, healthcare. Unfortunately, some people shy away from it, from what I understand, because of the societal implications. Like, I believe Saudi Arabia gives you free HIV/AIDS care, but obviously, with the whole cultural impact, right? Like, how'd you get it there, buddy? Did you play with Steve a little bit too much? That's not allowed in our country. Yeah, there's a lot of people that sometimes will be very worried. And of course, in this case, there was a lot of people who admitted to medical professionals that they drank unbranded alcohol. They drank perfume or cologne, because yes, those do contain alcohol. The denatured kind, the really bad ones for you. Within 1 to 3 days before losing vision in both eyes. Because yes, alcohol is poison, okay? You are literally poisoning yourself as you go out and drink. At least with regulations and laws, we can at least, when you go to a bar, right, they ask you for your ID, whatever, fine. The bartender checks my ID, gives me a bottle of booze. We don't outright completely ban the thing and subject people to getting access to, alcohol that is dangerous for them. And you could make an argument that, yeah, when it comes to an adult website, we are asking for an ID for people to access. But at the end of the day, it's a little bit different on the internet, because the internet is not the bar, okay? A lot of children that go to the bar will often get rejected, and they will keep getting rejected until eventually they go to the one shady dive bar that needs the money and might be okay with serving underage people drinks, but that's really the journey that people have to go to. It's not that it doesn't exist, unfortunately it does.
I never did that. I just had people, I shoulder tapped.
But you can't ban internet websites from the Russian Federation. You can't ban them from Asian countries. You can't ban the internet outright. children will still unfortunately be able to access those websites. So unless you go on the ISP level and that breaks a whole bunch of other things, you're unfortunately allowing all the American websites to go down that do operate with a lot of regulations, so making sure that performers are over the age of 18, yada yada yada, even though that's also not perfect. If you ever see how the sausage is made, the adult industry is really a dark place to go down. I made a video 3 years ago about trafficking, or 3-4 years ago, and I looked at some of the darkest stories in legal adult studios in this country alone. And it is one of the most disgusting rabbit holes that I went down, to the point that even watching any adult media is just never an okay thing. But again, these children, or really anybody who cares about the internet or accessing this kind of stuff, will go to those other websites and unfortunately be exposed to people that probably aren't the age of 18, maybe under, people that are exposed to really, people that might be forcibly coerced into things. Where regulations often go down in this kind of world, people will go to those websites and see, unfortunately, things that they probably shouldn't. Now, the thing is, if you're an adult and you want to, if you're a child, right, the best thing you can do for a kid is just be a parent, okay? Now, I can admit that these are very difficult conversations to have, but if you're going to bring somebody into the world, you should also walk in with the responsibility that at some point you're going to have these hard-to-have conversations. Now, look, when I was a kid, my dad told me, look, you're not weird for looking up internet, pornography. It's something that happens. Every kid gets caught. I got caught. It happens. And the thing is, my dad was like, listen, it's just fake stuff. It is stuff that's going to completely... he told me that basically it's not real. It's going to distort my perception effectively, and that's what it came down to. And, it's one of those things where, again, he told me about how people get addicted to it, and he mentioned that it was like a drug. And that's something that stuck with me to this day. It's one of the things where, even, smoking a cigarette or having a drink or something, it's when you see that you've started to develop a dependence on it, and then eventually, like any drug, you're just going to go constantly requiring it more and more, and you're going to want a harder and harder version of it. Pornography is not real. In fact, if anything, it will absolutely ruin your perception of how to, even navigate things like sex. But this is not me having the talk with you. If you're a parent, you should have this talk with your kids. And ultimately, you should be using any form of parental controls on your devices that are available locally to be stopping your children, or just, again, have these conversations.
I don't know anybody my age who didn't watch porn.
It is hard to have, but
Nobody.
It is something you need to do regardless of anything. So obviously, this is something that I was taught. This is something that I believe ultimately lies on the back end of parents.
I think seeing naked people is totally fine.
We should not be turning the internet into a show us the ID and enter this website party, because ultimately,
if it's consensual and they want you to be seen,
platforms like Discord, which required identification very recently, also had that identification hacked. These tech agencies don't care about your privacy. They don't care. Once your ID gets hacked, you're open to paramount amounts of, internet identity theft or anything of that nature. Again, we shouldn't be turning the internet into this simply because parents are not parenting enough. If anything, like I've always said, if you're going to have children and you're going to give them unfettered access to these devices, because where else are children getting these cell phones, tablets, and computers? Granted, they're not earning the kinds of money that you would need in today's day and age to be buying these devices. So clearly it's the parents or somebody who is their guardian involved in this process. If you're going to give your kids access to this, you should be able to monitor or control it. It's like keeping alcohol around your house. If you're not able to lock it away or hide it or make sure that it's not being tampered with by your children, then you probably shouldn't have it in your home to begin with. Now to go back to, again, this situation, right? When VPNs started getting brought into the mix, obviously there are other laws that started to get brought in too. Because these government fossils know that, oh shit, people are just using VPNs to bypass the shitty laws that we made, what if we start targeting those gosh darn VPNs? And that is unfortunately what is happening, ladies and gentlemen. In Wisconsin, there are now legislation that are being brought forward. The bill acknowledges a business entity that knowingly, intentionally publishes or distributes material harmful to minors on the internet from a website that contains a substantial portion of such material to prevent persons from accessing the website from an internet protocol address or internet protocol address ranges that is linked to or known to be a virtual private network system or provider. So again, a lot of these websites are going to have to be putting a lot more checks and balances on the VPNs that they go to. And the thing about VPNs is, ultimately, VPNs are not used for negative things. A lot of legitimate uses of VPNs come from accessing.
I have a
company.
stalker issue. My
Sometimes
VPN protects
people that
me.
Are at schools have
I
to
love my
access
VPN.
School information.
Also, I'm a
school
torrent
provided
user
VPN.
because I can't forward
and in
all
a lot
these
of
games.
Cases, VPNs are important to protect the privacy of individuals that have been abused. We can all agree in the world, unfortunately, there's a lot of domestic abuse that exists. And one of the things that you'll read about on places like domesticshelters.org that provides information to people that are escaping or have escaped and are trying to keep their anonymity from abusive partners will tell you that, yeah, you absolutely should be using virtual private networks. So for instance, after leaving the abuser, to protect your devices, use a VPN to hide your IP address and keep your browsing history hidden, and consider using a library computer or other public Wi-Fi network with the VPN for added anonymity. Because yes, when you go to websites without a VPN, at times your IP address can be logged. And sometimes that IP address can link to a pretty, general part of a city. But sometimes that general part is all a domestic survivor will get scared of, because ultimately it closes down the pen needed to identify where you're actually at. You know, in a lot of ways, when it comes to, the government giving a shit about children to begin with, remember, there are ways for the government to counteract this kind of stuff without absolutely throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Remember, mass surveillance is like literally a few weeks away, months away from actually being solidified all over the world. If it's happening in the United States to such a degree, imagine other parts of the world where the privacy and the freedom foundations of a country aren't as rock solid and secure. The reason why it's being talked about state by state in the United States as of now is because there are a lot of checks and balances to the laws and regulations. If you truly disagree with this, write to your representative, even as futile as it may seem. I know in the EU, people don't want chat control, yet no matter what, ladies and gentlemen, no matter how you slice it, they will still try to push that dog shit through. But still, keep the fight going. You know, when it comes to a government, when it comes to how much they really care, remember, this is the same government that has been alleged in cases, right, of colluding with the Sinaloa drug cartel. Yeah, imagine the DEA colluding with the Sinaloa cartel, one of the largest drug trafficking organizations in the world. Now, again, you don't have to be somebody that is so fucking naive or so red-pilled to know that if you have a country with the strongest intelligence apparatus around you, it should make no sense that just south of the border, a few hours drive from, actually not even a few hour drives from some cities in Southern California, you can go across the border and see where the real Mexican cowboys reign supreme. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where, if you look into it, there have been whistleblowers allegedly in the DEA claiming that certain officials, motivated by financial gain or misguided notions of intelligence gathering, turns a blind eye to the Guzman brothers' activities. These alleged collusions allowed the Sinaloa cartel to operate with relative impunity, perpetuating the flow of fentanyl into the United States. Now, if these allegations hold true, it represents a staggering betrayal of the Americans' public trust. But ultimately, do they even give a shit? Will people actually rise up and fucking challenge the DEA to be dismantled if it turns out this is true? Which, honestly, you don't have to be an idiot to not somewhat believe. There's a lot of unbelievable conspiracy theories. But to tell me that the largest drug trafficking organization doesn't perpetuate its operations just south of the border because it ultimately has the approval from some elements of the United States to operate in the area. How the fuck do you think they get access to the craziest guns in the world? How the fuck do you think they're able to smuggle in that much dope across the border? You know, if they were really the threat that they were, if they were really bad, their balls would be snipped, which they have had a long time ago. Now, I'm not bringing this up for no real reason. Obviously, when I think about illegality, which does happen a lot on adult websites, obviously the government can go after some of these websites, and they do. For instance, when it came to girls do pornography, Michael Pratt ended up getting, sentenced to 27 years for sex trafficking hundreds of women in this situation.
What the fuck?
So if the government wants to go after drug traffickers, human traffickers, they absolutely can. When it comes to the internet and many of these websites existing, there is a case that, yes, some people can access illegal material, but when does it stop, right? Obviously, we can keep going down the privacy train until every single aspect is unfortunately taken away from us. But even that is impossible, because for every VPN they infiltrate, another one will sprout up. But it's a matter of identifying which VPN that you're going to be going to that is safe for the general person, which will become harder and harder as this fight goes on. And when it comes to things like the dark web, for instance, that's the ultimate last final boss. When does it happen? When like some of these legislators make it so that downloading the Tor browser or having it on your system would one day be considered illegal, right? Again, when you look at the internet, when you look at the freedom that we have, you can't really look away from the fact that all of this just comes down to monitoring what you're doing. Again, the government decides what is vague and harmful for children, and it could literally be anything according to how these laws are written. In reality, it's the government around the world, every single organization, trying to make it so that you give up your identification to access the internet. And the people that are exempt from this are the people that are legislating it on you, and it's the people that are up at the top echelon of society that are not subject to the same rules you and I are. And you could say, no matter what, listen, they're gonna know what I'm doing. That is true. You can obviously give up and be defeatist about it, but obviously when you look at how much of your information is floating around out there, you can take reasonable steps to limit it as much as you can. I don't think anybody really envisioned that your information should be floating through servers that don't take care of your security whatsoever. And even if there is a big data leak that happens because of it, unfortunately, there's not really much other than a vague slap on the wrist for a lot of these organizations. So if you know the punishment for the people that are supposed to be overseeing your privacy isn't that high, should you really trust them into having your information that could actually be used against you down the road, right? If things do get leaked. Remember that going forward. And what's to say when a government decides what is and isn't illegal to see? What happens when a website is tripped by the big government and the big organizations into being dangerous or harmful and puts you on the craziest watch lists? How scary is it when you have your government mandated ID tagged with every single website that I guess you're not supposed to go to? At what point is this not some vague form of censorship where in order to access information that is too risque, you have to start giving up your personal identification to access things? What they're doing is adding a barrier of annoyance, but they're also adding a barrier where they can catalog where and when you go to. There is going to be no option to browse the internet at your own leisure, at your own privacy, as opposed to being somebody that is always watched, always monitored, always tracked in every single way. This makes it so that if you're a journalist, this makes it so that if you have an actual reason for privacy, it becomes almost near impossible for you to do, which is ultimately a net negative in society. Decades ago, we created the internet at this point, right? A technology that allowed people to talk to each other. We opened up Pandora's box. And somehow the oldest politicians in the world, motherfuckers that have been alive since the end of World War II, now suddenly want to decide how to control this technology that they don't even completely understand.
I know, right?
So what
they don't understand it even.
Destroy the ever-loving shit out of it. And look, at the end of the day, one of the wildest things about this too is that it doesn't just stop here. I'm pretty sure they're going to end up going at places like the dark web down the road. The dark web, which was a technology made or initially conceived by the US Navy when it came to things like onion routing, eventually blew it to its own project, where actually a percentage of the funds for this kind of stuff does come from the US government.
That's
and
one
the
way
thing
to
about
do it.
anonymity and free speech and censorship is that ultimately you have to understand that for these technologies to exist, for your safety to be protected, you unfortunately have to live in a world where people can use these same technologies for bad reasons. Now, I don't want to sit here and promote things like drug use, but this is actually a prime example of something that I've spotted on the deep web that would probably be banned or require you to use an ID that I think is helpful for people that are going through drug issues. Drugs are not something that you can get rid of. I heard somewhere that once we discovered the value of cocaine, we lost the war on drugs. But using things like r/harm reduction, which is a dreaded subreddit, yes, it's a Reddit on the dark web, that people can use in order to learn how to make sure that what they have bought is safe, is something that is inadvertently saved lives. Now again,
I want to write that down and I want to put it in a song. I failed it? Oh no, they killed the cow while I was paused. That fast? I didn't even hear them attacking it. It's fine, I'll just start over. Whoa, that's what happened. Instant one shot from a fucking... Great. Dick.
Not saying that you should be taking drugs whatsoever. I do not promote that. Do not do any form of illegal drugs. Hell, keep away from the legal drugs as much as you can.
Yep.
But generally, places like this exist that would be locked behind an ID that ultimately do provide resources that probably save more lives than, you know, the government wants to give them credit for.
The internet, they're going after the VPNs next, and I'm pretty sure they're going to go after things.
Places, I'm not that what they say. I heard somewhere on the deep web thing.
You have to understand that for these technologies to exist, for your safety to be protected, you unfortunately have to live in a world where people can use these same technologies for bad reasons.
Now, I don't want to sit here and promote things like drug use, but this is actually a prime example of something that I've spotted on the deep web that would probably be banned or require you to use an ID that I think is helpful for people that are going through drug issues. You know, drugs are not something that you can get rid of. I heard somewhere that once we discovered the value of cocaine, we lost the war on drugs. But using things like r/harm reduction, which is a, you know, dreaded subreddit, yes, it's a Reddit on the dark web, that people can use in order to learn how to make sure that what they have bought is safe, is something that is inadvertently saved lives. Now again, I'm not saying that you should be taking drugs whatsoever. I do not promote that. Do not do any form of illegal drugs. Hell, keep away from the legal drugs as much as you can. But generally, places like this exist that would be locked behind an ID that ultimately do provide resources that probably save more lives than, you know, the government wants to give them credit for.
The internet, they're going after the VPNs next, and I'm pretty sure they're going to go after things like the dark web next. It doesn't stop until every bit of your privacy is taken away, but at least in the beginning of this video, I hope you learned that there are still ways in the internet-connected age that we have that you can retain your privacy, and there are ways that you can fight back. You know, if these organizations start going after Bitcoin ATMs, you know, places where you can only transact and do so much business, such a small amount at a time that it really isn't even all that big of a deal, I hope that'll answer your question what the ultimate goal of this is. And it's not to protect the kids. It's to take away the only bit of privacy that you have left. 300 years ago, when America was a nation that formed, right? It was formed to fight off against a mass wave of tyranny. Unfortunately, if the founding fathers were alive today, I think they would probably be fucking ashamed at seeing that tyranny come back into the country that they came to, that they loved, that they built.
Oh, they fixed the sniper rifle.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let me know what you think about it in the comment section below. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
You probably don't want to do this at night. Cause like nasty ass fucking Yaogwai and shit that normally don't come, like Declaws probably come. Is it shocking the Brahmin? It is. I need to be careful. I don't have a way to heal anything, which is annoying. How are you missing? Starting to get night, which isn't good. That means more nasty like Yaogwai are going to show up. I like Caravan. I'm going to do a lot more of it. I forgot how fun Caravan is. It's way better than like quests or missions and stuff, and you can just do it for a long time and it plays the game for you. You get lots of XP. What the fuck is that? The mole. I've never seen that before. What the fuck is a mole? The mole. What the fuck does that mean? What is that? What is the mole? Weird. Just get back with the cow, though. Oh, get off him. Is he shooting the Brahmin? Yeah, he is. You can just see this big mushroom cloud go up. Fuck you. I love it. This game's so much better than 4. 4 was not as fun as this at all. 4 didn't do fun. Oh, 4 did stuff like this, but it didn't really do it as fun as this. You can't stop to loot. It's so annoying. Am I gonna make it? We've been running so long. It should be shorter than this. Just loot. go. Keep going. No, don't shoot that. Why won't you fire? Just keep going. Ugh. Oh, the cow. The cow. There, I got it. Nice. There were so many guys. There were so many lost right there. I didn't know. See, this mode also, like, you pull out the big guns for this mode too, because lots of nasty stuff comes. I like this mode. It's a lot more sense to me than the game itself does. I'm gonna do a lot more of it, though. It also requires a lot of attention. You kind of have to pay attention. I used a lot of sniper rifle bullets really fast. I don't know. Maybe I should make more. I don't know. Let's go see. First of all, we have all of that. Oh, I have something on me. Do I? Oh, don't fire. Yeah, look, this shotgun blows off heads because if the lasers focus, it's like a shotgun round, except all of the pellets of the fucking shotgun go directly to your fucking forehead, and that's what this gun does. And I always suspected that about this gun in this game, but now I know. It's like if you VATS in custom mode and you aim at their head with this laser shotgun, all 50 of the laser shotgun pellets hit their forehead. Watch. And it just wastes them. It doesn't matter how strong they are or anything like that. If it's a humanoid, they just die. Ooh, collect a board game. Hey, that was a challenge. Yay. I don't like this music, so I'm just gonna... oops, no, wait. I'm trying to go... and turn on this, because the fucking battle music isn't ending, and I don't want it. When I go back to, like, a town, I'll turn on the music. Okay, so I wish to produce some sulfur. Oops. Gunpowder. Oh, does the oh no, mushrooms or random fertilizer. Oh yeah, let's make that thing, because that's one of my big legendary thingies. Cool, yeah, I should have made it a long time ago. Oh well, it'll start producing now. And I'll have endless food, which is good, because water and food are annoying. There's gastric discomfort. So you can just drink nasty water if you want. You don't have to purify it. Activators. But I'm after... gunpowder, which I guess I don't have any. Oh, no, here we go. Yeah, oh, hey, I got a lot of acids, so make me a lot of gunpowder, yep. Make me some more copper SR. Yeah. Once the gunpowder is made. Let's see if the battle music went away. I think I glitched like caravan thing. Oh, cool. So now I can finally turn in this stupid quest that I've had forever. I like custom, and there's a new expansion coming, and I can play the new expansion in custom, except for the events. I can go on my main for the events, and she'll always just keep leveling and stuff. She has all the main interest stuff, but like my custom character can do the whole expansion without any problem at all, solo. No cock blocks, no raid bosses that I can't kill or anything like that. I can kill most of the game. It might kill me a lot, or whatever. But if I turn the damage, I mean, I already have the damage down. But yeah. You know, I have the damage down all the way, and you still see me getting one shot. It's hilarious. I have the damage turned down by 999%. And some mobs still one-shot me instantly. It's crazy. And that's how you know that Bethesda games are fucking broken. Don't think that it's ever this... Don't think that how you play a Bethesda game is any different, is anything like how anybody else plays it, because the mobs always do different things, and at the sheer end level of things, it doesn't play like it'll play for somebody else, and it's kind of crazy. It's actually a very good sandbox. Kind of like Grand Theft Auto is never the same thing ever. Let's go. Speaking of Grand Theft Auto, I've been meaning to get on Grand Theft Auto. I should do the chicken each day on Arc Raiders, but I also don't care. I am gonna log on Epic here. Today, my Mortal account runs out. I suppose I want to go see if it's gone completely, because I will go pay my upkeep one last time so that I have the base for another 2 months before it even starts crumbling. I forgot to do that yesterday, and I meant to. We'll go see if I'm off Mortal finally. I'm like done with Mortal permanently, but if I can get in before on the last day of my 6th month, I would, and I'd like to go pay it. Or so I'd like to pay the upkeep on the house. But I mean, I emptied out the house except for silver. So, you know, oh yeah, maybe I should bring the, well, no, I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know, like, leaving the gold in the base is stupid. I don't know, it's debatable. I'm quitting the game, kind of, so, I mean, I don't know, it's, like, any more work I do is just loss of time. It's the proper way to look at it. Oh yeah, so I finished with her. Can we just keep doing missions now, or whatever? Is that kind of the vibe, or? Oh no, am I in some place I shouldn't be? There's a teddy bear in there. Why is there a teddy bear in the toilet? Gross. Yeah, you. So, you ready to get going? Oh, I'm ready to ride caravan. We could really do with the extra hands around this. We could really do with some extra hands around this, please. Ammo merchant. Oh, we can... Oh, cool. You can upgrade this place? Okay. Well, let's keep upgrading this place, but I don't want to do a mission just yet. We'll wait, but I mean, I'm on... Yeah, I'm down. Okay, so will you let me in, or do you block me? Let's see. Oh, good. I can get in, and I can pay the upkeep one last time. Before my sub ends, probably here in like an hour, or like in the next 6 hours. In the next 6 hours, or probably like tomorrow, my sub ends. And, yeah. I'll go pay, so this base doesn't crumble. And maybe in 4 months, I'll come back and I'll pay the upkeep on the base. And just repair it. I'll spend $15, and in that way I can always maintain a house for just $15 throughout, like, Mortal's, like, growth phase, because it's just growing right now. It needs more years more before I'm ready to play this game. Okay, I'm in the base. I'm gonna go pay the fucking upkeep before they kick me off here, because it could be any second now. We'll just get the whole 2 months, 60 days. They'll give me 60 days. So, did I bring all the money? I hope I didn't, because then I can't pay the upkeep. That's not too good. Yeah, and I can't get in there, huh? I mean, I brought all this stuff out of here anyways. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. This stuff will just crumble if I don't put it on. So, I'll just put it on. You know, maybe I'll still have it when I wake up in 5 months or whatever. 4 months. Yeah, the bases take fucking forever to crumble, like 6 months. So I actually really probably will show up. Oh god, I'll come next summer in the June. I'll just go check out Mortal in like 6 months, because I really don't have to worry about it. Maybe there's some silver around here somewhere, or on the pig or something. We could go get silver from the town. It would take like 3 minutes. Yeah, we'll go take some stuff to town, I guess, and we'll go grab some silver and pay the upkeep, because I want the full solid 60 days. In case they suddenly, like, I mean, no, I don't know. What's the upkeep right now? I mean, it's got, like, most of 60 days in it, so, I mean, I'm not too worried. What is that? That's, December, January. It starts to crumble in February. I won't lose the loot probably February, March, April, probably around May I'll start to lose the loot. So in the spring, I'll come back in the spring. I'm gonna let this crumble for the winter, but I'll come back in the spring. Yeah, I got everything out of here, huh? Yeah, I think I did, huh? I could even bag the chests, honestly. The chests will only crumble. I suppose I could. The chests themselves are kind of expensive. I suppose I could just pull them. Any access chests that aren't full or whatever. I don't know. A bunch of these are full. I don't really want to fuck with this. I'm learning that I just don't care. I'm just gonna get off this. I don't care. I don't care about this. It's sad and it's dismissive, but I mean, I don't know. And the game's treated me well, but it's also treated me badly. So, I'm of two minds on it. It's a good game. It's been a good home, but it's also like I don't need a Rust. I don't need a Rust-alike anymore. I was playing Mortal like a Rust-alike and trying to make it like Rust, and it wasn't. It wasn't like Rust, not really. I mean, it had elements of Rust. It had base building, and it did have like that, but it wasn't really the same thing. It just couldn't fill the hole that Rust leaves. So, oh, the event's starting soon. No, wait. No, wait, let's stop. I don't want to start with this just yet. Now I'm ready to do an hourly. Oh, I made gunpowder and I'm gonna make copper SR. Like 300 rounds of it or something. Oh, no, only 96 is all I can do. But that's alright. That's still... I don't know. Because it has a lot of throughput. Yeah, another 100 rounds is a lot of throughput. So... Oh, I can delete? Oh, thank God. I hate these things. I want to delete everything I have. Or I don't know. I like those photos, actually. Never mind. Some of those photos are good, but this shit, why do I have that? Oh, because I just, like... Probably the events. No, I do want to clear, like, all my fucking photos, I guess. I don't know. Or that, yeah, those are the photos that I took in my base, and I don't want to lose those. But I do want to lose everything past this. I don't know, some of them are cool, but it's like, I don't know. Yeah, but just do all these copies and get rid of them. Just delete all the photos, yep, and we'll start taking a new... I want a Fallout 76 backpack for real life. It's kind of silly, but I do. Prepare for the future. Fallout Wasteland. It's only 60 bucks. I'll buy one at some time. Oh, somebody's buying stuff. Yay. Those guys are running a daily up, but I want to run the hourly because it's the best thing to do. I want to do events. I want a Vault-Tec backpack. I saw something that was almost good enough. Yeah, like that's almost good enough. 170. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, this weapon I have. The long shot. I don't like the debilitator. It's too loud. I love the way it looks, but I don't want it anymore. I've used it for too long now. And I think I will go back to my BJ knife sword. Because it makes no noise and it's super fucking fast and it's way more fun to use. It's just more fun to use. It doesn't do, you know, I wish I could like get a better roll on it. Weapon speed's good, heal is good, durability slower is good, and 50% damage to crypt is good. It's just good. It's a good sword, and it's what I will main, but I should put points in the proper points to swing this thing. Martial Artist is good, but I might want damage as opposed to the swing speed. Oh, I need Kneecapper. Oh, I have Kneecapper, though. I have Kneecapper in, yeah. I don't know. The pack rat I don't think is actually genuinely necessary. I don't think. I think I'm gonna go... Oh, I need Incisor. I, like, need it for what I'm doing. Game War carry weight's really good, but I don't know. I'm not using my explosives, and, well, I am. I'm using, well, no, I'm not, though. I'm not. I'm gonna get rid of Ordnance Express and bring in Incisor. I want the melee weapon stuff. Oh, yeah, Natural Stance might be good. I don't know, that's a good one, too. I need Slugger. ballistic weapon ammo weighs 90% less, but I don't use that. 3 points. I want slugger. There, now I will be a much more effective melee. I am a melee. This is a melee character. And they're a demolition expert's the best I can do for my explosives. Yeah, much better spec. Oh, I don't want to miss the event. Go. Over encumbered. Oh no, oh no. Why am I over encumbered? 433 out of 302. That doesn't seem right. Oh yeah, because of all the explosive stuff. Yeah, the explosive stuff. So 65 missiles is 130 pounds. Let's reduce it down. That was part of it, and the mini nukes are 100 pounds. So let's get rid of those weapons. I'm not really using them. They're too expensive. I will drop those weapons. Yeah, like carrying explosives, it's just too annoying. But now I gotta go to the event. I'll go deal with that later. I'll deal with that after I'm done with this. There we go. I like the little Vault-Tec backpack, but I would like, I want to buy the backpack and put a real sleeping roll in it. And I want to put a med kit in this thing and, like, you know, a paraffin wax kit so I can start a fire instantly really, really fast for months and months and months. I can just start fires instantly and stuff like that. I want to do, like, you know, tons of lighters and a couple of torches and, like, all kinds of survival stuff. A magnifying glass, some space blankets, hand warmers and all types of shit like that. And just stuff the backpack with all kinds of survival stuff and leave it by my door. Just in case the shit sets off, I can just get my backpack on, grab a shovel, go out there to the fucking mountains somewhere away from the people, dig a fucking, like, a hole, live in the lean-to, and use the survival kit to hunt, and, you know, make a bow and arrows, and just shoot animals and shit like that. And that's, you know, that sounds crazy, but I mean, I've done stuff like that. That's what I did when I was homeless. Done stuff like that, you know. I'm not crazy. I just grew up in the Colorado mountains, you know. I wouldn't be very good at it. I'll admit it would be like a skill I'd have to relearn that I haven't used in fucking 10 years. I wouldn't be good at it, but I would survive. And I look at this and I'm like, yep, and it would be cool, like, just to keep like a go kit like that. I could do better than this, though. I would do just a normal mountaineer's backpack with a bedroll that's certified for really cold. Sandy, defend the Brahmin. Okay. Legendary sheep Sasquatch. Look how fast I swing. Jesus Christ. Look how fast I fucking swing. Jesus. Ooh, it was all easy. It was easy. I came in like 60 seconds before it was over. Nice. Alright, that was easy enough. Let's get off. I think they give me gold. Right, do they give you gold, gold notes? Fallout 76, does running, caravan give you gold notes? Fallout 76, does running caravan give you gold notes? Settlers and Raiders pay gold notes. Oh, Smiley. Oh, really? Wait, you can buy gold bullion for caps? I didn't know that. Well, let's go do that. I didn't know that. I love this game. It's getting better. My faith in this game is being restored, and like I really love this game. It's working as a main, like kind of as a main. Cactus is food, so I never have to go fucking kill anything ever again. I can just eat the cactus. It's actually a really good source of food. I don't think I would do that in real life. But I mean, you know. Let's go look at that, huh? Could you eat cactus? Nepalese? Odd.
It's almost midnight and I craved a little bit of a snack, so we're gonna eat some cactus. So you're gonna grab it with tongs just to not pierce your fingers, then you're gonna use something like a knife and scrape all of these pieces off. See that? I already got a splinter right there. And another one. Just like that for all my visual learners. Now with the knife, carefully cut around the edges. That's one. That's two. Now cut off the booty, we don't want that part. You can throw these scraps away, or you can give it to them. Now we're gonna wash them in water because the knife can't really get every little tiny spike, so just make sure that everything is nice and clean. Now we dry it for the same reason we dry steak, so we can get some color when we sear it. Better if you oil the actual cactus, and we're gonna season it with heck of... Y'all see this tortilla, why it's uneven? It's because it's homemade, baby. Y'all know how I roll. We're gonna add that steak of cactus right in the middle, an obscene amount of meat, sour cream with a little bit of herbs. Cheers.
My God, that looks fucking good.
Cheers.
I would like to formally apologize for that.
Yeah, that's sort of like the flavor that a pepper would give to a taco. To die for. Let me know if you would give this spiky boy a chance. It's almost midnight.
Yeah.
Why do you...
It's almost midnight.
Yeah, so you could fry up some cactus and eat it. It would be better than starving to death. It wouldn't be amazing, but if you had oil and cactus, you could probably eat it, yeah. You'd have to do what he did, though. It would suck. But I mean, and you could only do it for a couple of days, but it would be better than starving to death. You wouldn't be able to do it long. But it would be better than starving to death. It would give you enough energy and carbs to go out and seek other food, maybe hunt some meat. You know? I knew you could do this, I just had never seen it before.
Hello everyone and welcome to the most
Sorry, I had to write something. I will read what I wrote. I said, I quit every PvP game I played yesterday in my roster. Let my subs to Mortal and Eve lapse. Both games I played on and off for 15 years. Literally unhearted every PvP game I play. Oh, kitty, I love you so much. I quit every PvP game I play yesterday in my roster, let my subs to Mortal and Eve lapse, both games I played on and off for 15 years, literally unhearted, swiped every PvP game I play, casual or hardcore, on my GeForce Now. Been thinking about it hard for a year. It took me that long to build the inner strength to do it, to be honest. I told both dev teams it wasn't their fault and that I didn't want anything from them as I left forever. In the box they ask when you cancel sub. I told them how it changed. It wasn't them at all. Was never in the mood to be ganked or harassed on FFA PvP games, you know, in the first place. Got PTSD in real life. I don't like paying IRL money for a paranoia experience. And also I have an addictive personality, addiction history IRL, and gambling history IRL, and these games are gambling. That's why I couldn't stop playing them. For a man who loves gambling and risk as much as I do, I'm not stupid about liking the amount of damage these things cause me personally anymore, and I won't sign up for it willingly any longer. I quit every PvP game permanently. If they will not offer me a PvE option like Rust or Once Human or GTA, I won't pay them for negative, scummy experiences. I have a real-life, full-time, 100-hour-week job, caretaker and family man, and I refuse to be harassed or killed on any game, and I refuse to do PvP that I consider dishonorable, which to me is 99% of it. I'm almost always AFK, all tab doing my job or family or RL. When I get ganked on these games, it's me, not the games mostly. Got so many wins at a high level and so many online games. Got so many PvP wins. I don't think it's just Mortal dying. I think it's I and others growing tired of 25 years of toxic PvP. Natural thing to happen is called getting old. Spoken from a 40-some-odd-year-old perspective. PvE only mode or you don't get my money, sorry. Spoken like a pussy who quit PvP after decades, don't care. PvE or no money. P.S. Wolfsite best Mortal streamer. And that's and so we'll watch the
Side
video,
channel today with a very special topic. I mean,
this is my exit from Mortal as I leave the game and I don't pay the upkeep any longer and I leave the game. We're gonna watch this last video about Mortal and we're gonna close this chapter on my life.
Always special. The current state of the game. I mean,
no, it's not a mistake that he came out with this video 4 hours ago on the day I quit. Notice my timing. What y'all motherfuckers know about timing? I've been saying that since I was 16 years old. What y'all motherfuckers know about timing? That's like a thing I say. It's like a thing I've said all my life. My friends know. My best friends know. There's like if there was ever a Skycatism, there's only one. What y'all motherfuckers know about timing? Timing is something I don't have an issue with. I don't think at all. I have Wizard arrives precisely when he means to. You might say I've missed every PvP call for the last 4 years because I'm slow, but I mean, but I still don't have any regrets about not being somewhere. Like I don't. I arrive precisely when I mean to.
Making these videos for a long time now. For really, really a long time now. But I'm really getting sick of all the negativity surrounding this game. I mean, I really love doing these videos. And thanks to everyone who's leaving positive comments about the channel, about the game, about everything. Thank you. But I can also understand a few negative comments, because some comments are completely right. But there will always be the people that are saying, oh, the game is dying, oh, whatever, Henrik is whatever, blah, 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 blah. It's always the same. And I get a few negative comments and stuff. Best example is this video where I was talking about the new patch and 40% love the new patch, 20% are okay with the patch, just 10% don't like the patch, and like 33% are like don't care. And it is exactly like Henrik often said, there are people that are enjoying the game, that are enjoying the content, that are logging in and just having fun. And there's so much stuff you can do in this game. There's literally everything for every playstyle. I mean, the negativity from some players are coming from the late game PvP or the territorial control PvP, because this is the most problematic content in this game. It's also for a lot of people the most enjoyable content, because territorial control brings conflict, it brings PvP, it brings fights, it brings something to the table. But it's often problematic because some guilds really blocking, for example, the content in dungeons, for some dungeons. Not all dungeons, but some dungeons. Then smaller groups didn't have a chance to go in there. Now with the caravan camps, it changed a little bit. But on the other hand, I must also say it's a sandbox game. When there are 30 people saying, hey, this is now our, I don't know, whatever Molva spot, then it's their Molva spot. You can go there with 50 people and say it's your Molva spot, and then you can try to compete for it. And then maybe it's your Molva spot. But until then, it's their Molva spot, because it's a sandbox game. And in nearly every sandbox game, you can group up and you can do stuff together. But on the other hand, there are people that are saying, oh, some guilds are blocking content. And there was a sad comment from a small group that just wanted to make a bigger dungeon just once. And they tried it for months, and they tried it for a weekend, then 2 weeks later, then 1 week later. And every time they're getting circled by 30 people. I can totally understand that this is not fun. This is why I've said we need multiple exits and multiple entrances with every dungeon. That even smaller groups can go in there, can have fun, can enjoy the content, and maybe can also get out. Or maybe having a chance to fight the Zerg, or to get away, or I don't know. It would give the people more motivation to go into dungeons, to do something, because when I know I'm getting Zerged for 90% of times, why should I go there? Am I stupid? And I can totally understand that point too. But either way, we need a solution here. I mean, when you look at the player numbers, of course, these are not the real numbers. These are not the real numbers. And people always saying the game is dying because it has 200 players. This is false. There are 5,000 to 12,000 paid accounts, so shut the fuck up. I know that the player numbers could be higher. The player numbers should be higher, in my opinion, because it makes more fun when more players are in the game. But we just need to have patience. The game has a lot of content to offer, and more will come.
10,000 subs or whatever, 5,000 subs. It just does not. There are not 5,000 people playing Mortal. I know there isn't.
And they will work on it.
There is not. I mean, there might be 5,000 subs paying Mortal. Why? The pop's 200. Why would 200 people pay 5,000 subs? That's just not true.
And now recently, this will come in the next video. Star Wars is working together.
He's copium. He's just like trying to tell himself that his game isn't 200 pop. But his game is 200 pop. It fucking sucks. Like, I'm very, very aware of it. We'll go look at it right here. He knows it. I know it. He is lying copium here, and I dislike this about him. But honestly, if this was my only game that I played for 20 years, I would lie on the copium too. I'd be like, no, I'm not giving up on, I love Nine Inch Nails. I loved Nine Inch Nails when I was 14. I still like Nine Inch Nails when I'm fucking 43. I couldn't give up on that one. They're crazy. They're heretics. They're like foul druggies, and I love them to death, and I know every word, everything they've ever done, and I know every album and all this stuff. I could never let them go. But honestly, the kid I was when I liked industrial is not the guy I am when I'm 43 now, and it doesn't really make sense for me to like Nine Inch Nails, but I still do. Just like this dude who stuck around Mortal for 20 years. So will I defend liking Nine Inch Nails or liking Mortal? Yeah, that's okay. If you stuck around on the game for 20 years, you can lie and get on that copium and pretend that the game has 5,000 subs if you want. But this game, Mortal 2, it doesn't have 5,000 subs. At any given time, the most the population hits is 700 or something like that. Now, that could be indicative of 5,000 subs, but I don't think so. If you paid $16, no, it's like 20, or yeah, no, sorry, it's like 13, I think. It's like 13 or $14. If you paid $14, no, there's 292 people in this game. Why would 4,700 more people pay subs if the pop is 300? I do not think that is true. The pop of this game is 292 at writing. I'm going to leave that because as I leave the community.
with AMD for getting high-end AI technology, and someone will use that for shorter testing periods of patches, for faster development, and for far cooler features for this game. And I think this is great. And you know that they are working all the time on that. We just need to have patience. I mean, in the meantime, we can just all enjoy the content that is there. I mean, it's awesome. It makes fun. It's nice. Sometimes it gives you headaches. Sometimes.
I don't like how this is a fucking 3v1 or whatever.
But it's all in all, it's a fun game. It's an awesome game.
I mean, there was PV in there, I guess. Yeah.
And then people rate it with mostly negative. But why? Mostly because of the subscription and that people didn't know
this
it
doesn't look much better than Dark and Darker, and Dark and Darker died.
had a subscription.
How is this better than Dark and Darker? It's not. Dark and Darker is better than this.
I mean, it's literally over.
This is not that good. This shitty directional combat. I can't. At this point, the copium gets so high. I can't. I'm gonna leave. But, you know, it was a good session. It was a good little, like, I'm leaving the mortal, you know, I'm leaving the mortal and Eve scene session. I'm leaving the Eve scene. I'm leaving the Eve and Mortal scene. I don't want you to recommend these channels anymore. Best Indie Games Winter Showcase 2025 premieres at 7:45 a.m. in 4 days or something. Big Winter Showcase. I don't care about that. My reaction to Wayward Radio, Sword and Sorcery. You Can't Be a MAGA Republican and a Christian. I wanted to see that one. Yeah. Blackwater, Portrait of the American PMC. We're gonna go back to the gaming channel and we're gonna see if YouTube can save my gaming viewership. You know, I don't, or not viewership, but my gaming ship or whatever. So all these games quit, did they? Oh no, Once Humans. Oh no, Fallout. Yeah, Fallout logged because I got busy writing something on a Mortal Streamers thing, but I just wanted them to know what was actually happening, like on my thing. I don't want you to show me EVE Online content anymore. How do you... I'm not interested. Go back to gaming. Sorry, we're just gonna curate. We're gonna curate over and over and over again. I don't want World of Warcraft content. Eve, or Arc Raiders, or Rust. Those are like the games that I type into YouTube. See, I don't watch YouTube that much these days. So you're showing me top 5 games, but you're not showing me stuff to watch. Terry from Reno is so fucking funny. I love him. Yeah, but I want to see gaming stuff. Can't you show me gaming stuff? I want to explore gaming. Can you show me more stuff? Oh, that's okay. That's what I have to do. You're so annoying. Show me more though. Like, give me more AI stuff. No release date in sight from Luke Stevens. Yeah, was it good? 10 shoot to your Birth of the Stealth Assassins. Yes, it was. Here we go. Here's the video I actually want to watch. I don't want live Arc Raider stuff from. Don't suggest. I'm not interested in Burnt Peanut. Crafton just killed another game. We watched this one. So we'll watch this mug thief about.
If there's one thing that's clear about the video game industry,
Gamers have
it's
stopped
that
buying garbage and AAA is confused. Yeah, we just won't do it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
they love lying to us. In the complete and total chaos that we are currently living within the industry, be that from Nvidia deciding that they don't actually make GPUs for gamers anymore, only for AI, to AAA publishers falling like flies with every subsequent flop they have tried over and over to tell us that the current situation within the video game industry is not their fault. It doesn't matter whose fault it is. It's anybody but theirs. It's inflation, it's the economy, it's tariffs, it's gamers' tastes shifting, but we are doing the best we can. But now, we have actual data, courtesy of Game Discovered Co., proving that the trends are clear. Video games aren't doing worse. People are spending money on video games to the same pace that they have in the past, and while this year has seen a bit of a boost thanks to the Switch 2 releasing, the truth is that when it comes to software spending, we're seeing the same aligned growth or stability that we've seen for a while. Gaming is doing just fine. The difference in the trends is that gamers are spending considerably less money on AAA premium priced slop and spending considerably more on smaller indie titles. I don't know how this could happen. It's not like they keep giving us the most garbage stuff imaginable. And yes, I'm showing you footage of Ubisoft's new Assassin's Creed Attack on Titan collab that they released as a Merry Christmas present, I guess.
You fucking idiots. Do you really oh my god. What is Attack on Titan's viewership on Netflix right now this month? Is it like 3,000 people? Why did you put that on Assassin's Creed Shadows? Did you need to nail the 3,000 people who are currently watching Attack on Titan who play Assassin's Creed? What is that going to be, 8 people or something? Who needs that?
An absolutely terrible 30-minute quest.
Idiots. Whoever sold this to you is some kind of shill pushing for fucking Attack on Titan. I don't think they cared about what happened to Shadows.
Line that ends in advertisements for new cosmetics in your single-player game. Yeah. But it's Ubisoft themselves saying that the problem right now is that gamers don't want to buy new games. From their UK branch that said, consumers are playing fewer games, playing them for longer, and as a result, outside a few notable exceptions, many new games are struggling to stand out and achieve the sales they may once have had. Whilst the market is more volatile and the potential for any specific title less predictable as a result. This sort of flip-floppy attitude is the same thing that we see across the board from multiple other publishers whenever they speak out. People aren't buying new games. Physical purchases are basically dead. Gamers are only playing live services, and that's what we have to focus on. Again, it's always trying
Oh my god, we're like only playing live service and they're all bad. Like 76 isn't good, it's just... It's not bad, it's not good. Once Human is not bad and it's not good, it's just, you know, it's fine. Yeah, what else am I playing? Like Genshin Impact isn't bad and it's not good. Rust isn't bad and it's not good. You know, it isn't bad, but it's not good. You know, and that's like so. I'll show you on a paint graph what I'm talking about, like Devin Nash, right? So we have a scale. I'm gonna make it big. I'm gonna do like a little drawing thing here. We have a scale here, right? 0, 100. This is the fun meter. Fun meter. Here's where all the live service live. There's 50 right here, 50%. Right here in the center is 50%, right? These games, when you consider staying, you think, they're not bad games. It's not a bad game, though. It has building. It's got, you know, you're optimistic about it. You're like, when you consider staying, this is the stay side of things, right? Above 50 is the stay. You stay there. And here's the leave side, which is like below the 50. And when you think about the positive things about all of these games that I'm playing, is it sits right here at about 75% for Fallout 76, Once Human, Rust, Fortnite, Overwatch, whatever else stuff is in my GeForce Now list. I don't know, all the online games that I play. Mortal, none of them are 100%ers. They're all 75%ers. Now, when you think about leaving, you think, well, but it's not totally a zero game. You're like, it's sitting somewhere around 25%. It's not a totally worthless game because it's got building. It's not a totally worthless game because you can play PvE. It's not a totally worthless game because, it has, it has ships. It's not a totally worthless game because it has mobile bases. It's not a totally worthless game, or it's not a totally good game, because, the PvPers can't always kill you, or whatever. And it's never like this 100% thing, or this 0% thing. These games live at 25% and 75%. And you never totally quit them because they're never totally zero. There's still that game that you play, you're always like heading in this direction if you don't like them. But you stop at 25% because you're like, I don't know, the game's still good. I played it for thousands of hours. It is still a game that I enjoy playing. I don't want to totally quit. And this is why I stopped playing PvP games, because I was like, I don't want to do 25% and 75% games anymore. I'm waiting for 100% until they give that to me, like GTA 6 or GTA Online or something that just doesn't exist yet. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not, I'm just going to not do PvP. I'm going to play these online games to give me a 75% experience, like Fallout 76, Once Human, Genshin Impact, whatever other games that I play, Enshrouded, whatever, where they just, the fun meter never drops below 25%, and it's never above 75%. So as long as they kind of surf this whole thing, you've seen this infinity symbol about games on my channel on a paint program before. But we're always surfing this crazy 20-year period thing where the games are on their way to super good, but they never totally make it, and then they backslide, and they come back up again. I think we're somewhere around, it's been a couple years now, and now we're ready. We're right on the circle again. We've drawn this on my stream a bunch of times, but we're on this figure eight. We're about to head backwards again. We had a bunch of good games and stuff there for about 3 years, and then it just kind of nosedived, and now we're back on our way back. We're just going to level out at 25% again, and I'll just not pay them, and then I'll wait for it to build again, and in like 2030 is my prediction. In 2030, we'll be back up here at about 75% again, and we'll be at least mollified. It'll be adequate, Right now, I feel like a bunch of these games are inadequate. They're inadequate. I'll be right back. So this NFT is for sale. It's called the Fun Meter. This NFT is for sale. It's not an NFT, but it can be NFT'd. It's sold to one person for $1 million. It's called the Fun Meter. You saw it here first. You think I'm fucking joking, but I'm not. Like, I'm not joking at all. I would sell this for $1 million in the form of an NFT that nobody else can get. I'll sell it between you and me. And just contact me at skycat.live at gmail.com and just buy my NFTs. I've got all kinds of stream performances art that I did live. And this is for sale for $1 million, and I know that sounds crazy. I'll take Bitcoin or cash, check. And you can have this forever, and I'll never, ever sell it. I'll destroy the image after I've sold it to you. And you can have this forever. It's your property. You can afford it. If you can buy it for $1 million. You might laugh at me and call me like a lolcow or something for saying that. But no, I wish to end my family's poverty, and there's so many people on the planet with $1 million. You'd be surprised. And so I'm trying to end my not poverty, but I'm trying to end we're not living in poverty, but I'm saying I want to end my family's financial struggles. And this is my idea on how to do it. So you can buy this art. It's called The Fun Meter. I'll even redo it much more beautiful if you want. Because the concepts, I can redo it completely over and over again. I can give you an image. Yeah, I give you a bunch of NFTs of that image or whatever. But this is the Fun Meter. It's a big, infinity symbol that's constantly eating its tail and taking us backwards and then moving forwards again. So, and the Fun Meter sucks. And we live in 25% and 75. We never get 100% games anymore. Not even Elden Ring was 100% because it didn't have base building. Oh, sorry. But this goes in my backups file. You can reach out to me if you want to buy my NFT for $1 million and end my family's poverty. I don't know why anybody would, but it's an offer out there. It's the only thing I do have to offer besides my free stream. But the Fun Meter is going in the backups. There we go. The Fun Meter, right? There we go. So, anyways, oh, I forgot my fork. I'm gonna did forget my fork. I'll be right back. I'm gonna have a teriyaki chicken bowl for dinner.
to distract from reality. And of course, it never has anything to do with the fact that they want us to not own games. They're the ones who keep telling us we don't own anything. And it's true. I reviewed Assassin's Creed Shadows this year. I didn't buy it. Wait, did I? Oh, actually, never mind. But it turns out I did just buy it on Steam. I thought I had just subscribed to Ubisoft Play Plus, whatever their stupid subscription service is called, just to play it. But no, I do own it on Steam. These companies are surprised that they have pushed subscription services and live service games that are designed to retain attention as much as possible and to feed you into daily FOMO, and then people don't buy games. But what's even more damning is, according to those stats I showed you, that's not even true. The reality is that gamers' tastes have shifted. We are often spending the same money that we've spent in the past, but we're just spending it on smaller titles that appeal directly to what you want. There's been a gigantic shift in how the market actually works and what people want from it. And the ones that aren't able to adapt to it are the same ones telling you that you are the problem. They keep telling us the same stupid stuff that they've kept saying as if we weren't capable of looking up statistics. They keep saying that you can't compete with Fortnite, but Fortnite's player count has been going down for years. They keep saying people want live service games, but whenever they present a live service game without an inkling of innovation in it, they fail. And it can all really be summarized in the fact that gamers have stopped buying garbage, and they've also stopped playing it. And I'm so glad that we can look at actual data that proves that. So we're going to dive deep into that and examine what has happened to make it change and how that's going to impact the future of video games, because we have never been more powerful and we better make use of it. So hi, I'm Mug, and if you're new here, welcome. And if you're not new here, welcome back. It's great to see you. You are looking absolutely ravishing. That's what I'm gonna say today. I'm ecstatic to be here. Hope you are too. And if at any point you like the video, hit the like button. It helps us compete.
Reminds me of a young John Lennon.
Out there in the YouTube algorithm that every day is getting just a bit crazier. And if you like the way that I cover video games, the industry, everything around it, consider subscribing. Don't do it yet. Your time is...
No, I'm subbing now if I didn't. I like this guy and I've subbed to him before. I sub to everything I watch. If a channel... I'm sorry. If a video goes on my stream, I'm subbing to that channel, I'm giving him a like, and preferably I'm leaving a comment. Because I know what business I'm in.
Incredibly valuable.
But I don't often take the time, I'll admit. The one thing I do skip doing is leaving comments. I don't always leave a comment at all. I'll go through 10, 15, 20, 50 videos a night. And only like and sub. That's it. I won't even leave a comment on all 50 videos or something. And that in a way, and I think it's sort of in a way, sort of like stealing a little bit. It's like you like doing all 50 videos without engaging in their communities at all. But I'm not in a community guy. I've been a community guy when I was a kid. I used to live on a commune, but I didn't build that commune. And given a choice, I would live alone.
I want you to
not
be
alone, but I mean, you know, like a wife and kids. I wouldn't live with other people anymore. No.
Be sure of the decisions you make. So stick around for a bit, maybe watch some other videos on the channel, and then subscribe. Let's get into it. Let's start off with the most important piece of information here, which is that study from Game Discover Co. Compared to the basic info that you can get, for example, checking Steam stats, they didn't just look at the revenue. When you look...
We do this almost every day. Let's go do it now. I can't believe Mortal has 300 players. That's insane. Solo leveling Arise Overdrive is going up the charts, and there's 6,000 players right now. Bannerlord is getting its big resurgence right now in terms of like the modern age. Maybe I should buy Bannerlord right now because I think it's cheap. Bannerlord has seen 248,000. People are saying the modding scene in Bannerlord is actually starting to get really amazing. And maybe I need to deep dive modding Bannerlord, but I don't like the combat in Bannerlord. It's directional combat, and it sucks dick. But that doesn't mean I can't enjoy it. Like, for instance, I'm fairly sure the bow doesn't suck. And you can just sit back and shoot people with a bow like an archer. Just specialize in it. If you don't like doing their crappy directional combat, you probably don't have to. But you probably better need to like hit the right targets. If you hit your own men, you probably do a lot of damage. I don't know. My other problem with third-party games such as Enshrouded, Nightingale, Bannerlord are the big good ones that I can think of. Vayne, 7 Days, is they all sit in my GeForce. So yeah, they all sit in my GeForce Now Steam slot, and I will not let them take that slot. Now, you know, look, I was thinking about Tower of Fantasy yesterday. I was like, you know, I did like Tower of Fantasy when I played it. Maybe I should return to Tower of Fantasy, huh? No, 1,200 players. No, this is a gacha game, but I mean, I don't know. I like Tower of Fantasy maybe more than Genshin Impact, maybe. I can't believe his peak was 7,200. I remember like Asmongold's crew showed up and played Tower of Fantasy, but all of us did it on the Tower of Fantasy launcher as opposed to Steam. I like Tower of Fantasy. Maybe I should give it a swing like I did Genshin Impact yesterday. I am shopping to replace Rust and Eve and Mortal in my list. And I keep thinking there might be a gacha game because Once Human did take a slot. I don't know though. Now, could I go to the page? Yeah, I want to see the store. Can I see the store? Let's see what they say. Immersive open world, unique characters, grow and explore, epic combat, explore. Yeah, their combat was good though. So I played this game since launch, and this was November 22nd. The game was okay in spite of the issues that it had. It was fun playing with friends. As time moves on, the issues started getting worse and worse with the bugs, bad optimization. Oh yeah, the game wasn't that optimized, huh? Let's go see. I can always come back in. I'm understanding that I think I want to turn the menu music off. I love the menu music, and from time to time I will turn it on. But I come in and out of this game so much now. Oh, I missed the event again. Damn it, I missed the event. Whatever, I don't care. I don't really like hourly. It's a little demanding. Oh, I don't have my Tower of Fantasy account anymore. There was an account merge transfer, which I got no email for it whatsoever, no warning, no nothing. I wasn't even aware of this if I hadn't looked it up on. Oh my god. You are better off with other games. Yeah. Is Genshin on Steam? Genshin. Is Genshin Impact on Steam? Genshin Impact. No. Interesting. Let's go to the Steam Game and Player Statistics. Where's that? Russ is sitting at 54,000 today. Jesus. Which just isn't that good. Partially because GeForce Now is down on Rust. One of the reasons why I'm popping out is Rust is not up on GeForce. Oh no, there it is. Rust is now up on GeForce Now. Let's go back into the PV server once, but I'm not going to play it. I like Once Human as a main, and I think maybe I might need FFXI to fill a slot while I figure out what else I can play. Because looking at this list, Where Winds Meet is not it. Could pop into, oh yeah, so they want $25 for Mountain Blade Warband, or Bannerlord, excuse me, Bannerlord. I am just looking at my bank account because I don't remember if I have enough money for this. I don't think I do. I gotta wait like two or three more days. Yeah, I've got like $20 left for the month, so that's okay. I'm good about my budget though. I'm never over budget, which is like, I'm never over budget. I haven't been for 4 years. That's what matters. I'm never over budget. It doesn't matter. Let's go look at Luna. Boy, those games suck. New Tales from the Borderlands. That's the bad one, right? Yeah, sure. You will be here tonight. No, I won't. Play now. Oh my god. I mean, at least Borderlands is on this, but why 3 and not 4? Put Borderlands 4 on this. Launch Luna. You're fucking stupid. Like, 4 would launch Luna. Not too good. Alright, anyways, so I lost my base because GeForce Now was off Rust for 3 days. Zombie infection game will start in 120 seconds. Type ZI join to join. ZI join. Zombie infection? Wait, what happened? Well, I got Fallout 76 on Luna, but I can't play it on Luna. Like, why would you give it to me if it's not on Luna? It seems dumb. So, anyways, yep, we collected this, and yep. So, I have 76 on Xbox, and I could link that to my GeForce Now, and it would make it so that I could play like other games like all at once. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not really in the mood to do that much. Luna.
Look at those sorts of databases, what you're going to get is the average. But what Game Discover Co. has done by going all the way back to 2023 and examining the top 50 best-selling games on Steam every month is look at the median. The average basically accounts for every potential data point and looks for a true middle, including outliers, while the median is going to help us understand a lot better within specific price brackets by trying to sort out those outliers. They're doing this to look at raw number of copies sold instead of the overall revenue, because obviously gigantic AAA games that are sold at $70 or for a little bit there $80 until some of the publishers backed out of that, those skew the revenue tremendously, meaning that if we're looking at total revenue percentages across Steam, those games are always going to stand out. But looking at the actual number of copies sold of a game tells a completely different story that directly contradicts all these topics of gamers are buying less games. The median price from 2023 to now has dropped by 20%, from $19.50 to $15.64. It doesn't stop there though, because if we also apply the median to revenue, we'll also see that the median price of games, when sorting by revenue, goes down 14%. In other words, gamers are buying cheaper games. Games around the $10 mark, highly replayable games that offer more niche experiences that cater towards them. But even then, some of the most popular games of the last years have been considerably cheaper titles. These are data points that we can look at and determine an actual trend that's happening. Less and less people are spending large sums of money on one AAA game, and more people are actually spending smaller amounts of money on smaller games. The question then becomes, why? Why is this happening when it hasn't been the case before? And to me, it comes down to a confluence of three very important factors: the quality of AAA games and those that are charging premium prices, the socioeconomic circumstances of what the gamer demographic is, and of course, the changes in price brackets and rise of indie games. So let's check those out in that order, huh? I think I'm not going out on a limb when I say that the way that we view AAA studios has changed considerably, and this isn't just a question about hardcore gamers or the most informed customers that, for example, are watching this video. The average quality of AAA premium releases has gone down. Games like Call of Duty Black Ops 7 prove that people are tired of just buying the same thing for the same premium price to get a new weapon and map pack with another skin on which to level up your guns. People have gotten tired of the live service treadmill, and they've gotten tired of being expected to pay very high prices for games that often don't even work or have fatal flaws that don't accompany the premium price tag. It's not crazy to assume that if you're going to be charging me $80, that means that at some point during your production cycle, you actually tested this game to make sure that it didn't constantly crash. And every time that a $70 game releases and constantly crashes, faith in spending that money, especially at release, goes down. The quality of these premium games has been lacking for a long time, but of course it takes a while for the average customer to really notice what's going on, but they've caught on because a lot of the time these things have been flagrant, and it's not just about PCs anymore. We've seen these games have terrible outcomes on console as well. And so, if you know that buying a game on launch is not just very expensive and becoming more expensive as time goes on, but those games are actually incomplete, often not working correctly, or are asking you for a time commitment that you don't have, why wouldn't you just wait for it to be patched, have its DLC included, and buy it a couple of years down the line for considerably cheaper? Add on to that the fact that there is an obsession with subscription services, telling us that in reality what you want to do is play the game on the cloud via Xbox Game Pass and not actually own your game. They've been telling us that we don't own them for so long that when they try and sell them to us for $70 or $80 and then tell us, or you can get a subscription for $18 a month or 30 for the new Game Pass, more and more people are going to take them up on that. And we've already seen studies that show that the subscription service effect just leads to people playing games on average for less time, meaning that they jump into a game, install it, check it out, like it or not, but then they move on to the next thing. Oh my, I wonder who could have predicted that. All of these things considerably contribute to the fall of the premium game. When I look at a game's price tag at $80 while they're offering me a subscription service, they are accomplishing what they theoretically want and now complain about. Of course I'm going to sign up for the subscription service. It's considerably cheaper than the $80. But when I look at a bunch of smaller indie games that range between $20 to $30 in price, I'd much rather own those than have a subscription service charging me every month. So when we're talking about number of sales, the trend goes downward towards those cheaper games. But this is only one part of the puzzle. We do have to talk about the socioeconomic part of the whole thing, and I hate to say socioeconomic and sound like I'm just a crazy professor at a university or something, because it sounds like a big word when it really isn't. In the last 5 years, we've seen the average gamer's age go up. We've seen the average amount of gamers go up. We've seen more and more people that are in the disposable income bracket, and according to my YouTube analytics, most of you watching. And they are, of course, much more important to the actual economy and how games work than kids, because kids don't have disposable income. And so the market has been growing as more and more people are interested in gaming, and more people are expected to consider themselves gamers and have gaming as a hobby. And this also goes in line with how the overall world of gaming has grown. From mobile to consoles to PCs to all sorts of different games, from the casual market that they have been obsessed with for years to the deepest of the hardcore. But what is also true in all of that time is that prices for things have gone up. And for the first time in pretty much ever, we have seen that the average quality of life and disposable income of a generation is going down. That means people have less money than they did before, and therefore they have less money to spend on their hobbies and things that they, actually want to do with their life when they're done working. And what do people with less money do? I don't know why I'm asking that rhetorical question and looking at the camera like this is going to be the Dora the Explorer episode. People with less money spend less money, but they still spend it. That's the really important thing here. Just because you have less disposable income doesn't mean that you stop eating, living, breathing, and also engaging in your hobbies or things that you actually enjoy. A gamer with less money doesn't stop being a gamer unless they don't have money, but they are considerably more careful with how they spend it. They substitute what used to be more money for more investigation. You don't want to spend your money on something you're going to regret. It's the same thing as when you were a kid and had a limited amount of money, and so you only wanted to buy like the big important games that you knew were going to be good, right? Now, more and more people are having to do the same thing because of their limited budgets, which means that more of you are watching channels like this, carefully informing yourself not just about the games that come out and if they appeal more specifically to you, but also about the companies making them and if they are trying to exploit you. As the average customer spends more time informing themselves of what is a game, is it good, what are the details of it, and give themselves more of a chance to wait and listen to other people's opinions before spending money, not only do they stop buying those bigger games that come out broken, but they start discovering a lot of smaller games that are much more interesting to them. That way they spend less money on games that are tailor-made for them. And we've never had more of them than now. Unsurprisingly, people make a lot of games. They might be small indie studios, solo devs, AI slop that I can't imagine why is whatever.
Like this is a real video game that's releasing apparently, but okay, this is the trailer, so let's look at the gameplay. I didn't put this audio in here, by the way. This is the official audio that they're using for their Steam trailer. So, oh, okay, man.
All sorts of games, but we are definitely living in a golden age of indies and backlogs. There is a higher chance than there ever has been that a developer out there had the same idea and the same sensibilities of what your dream game was and went ahead and made it. And there is a higher chance today with how the market has shifted that that game is actually successful and manages to fund the next project and keep that studio alive for all of those reasons that I touched on before. More indie devs looking to put out what they feel is missing in the video game market means that you find more of what you thought was missing every day. You're tired of the lack of innovation and the repetitive nature, the play it safe or we fail mentality of AAA? Don't worry, there's a bunch of people out there that have nothing to lose and are making games that they believe in. What's even more incredible about that is that we've seen the zeitgeist of video games completely change. It's part of human nature to want to belong to the biggest and strongest tribe. So the most popular games, the ones with the biggest player bases and most concurrent users, are the ones that people gravitate towards because nobody wants to invest their time into a failing game that's going to lose its...
This is why I'm thinking about returning to WoW, just because it does have like 60,000 people, which is better than all of these other games, and it just does have people to heal and
player base or something. But because of...
I like Arc Raiders, but I think they're going to have to put a PvE mode before I come back to it, and also it's going to come on GeForce Now. Kind of annoying. So now we're gonna get down to like 7 days. I think we better stop, and then we'll do the rest in metal. Upgrade to ship container and make it all kinds of colors up there. I haven't really been doing anything on this for days. I should just... I realize now I could just sell all this. I could just take the RP and I could just go build a new base with like some wood and like, I don't know. I could take like that much metal and that much wood and that's nothing, right? And sell all the rest of this for RP, except for the fuel. I want the fuel. But yeah, I can sell all the rest of this for RP, and I think I probably will. I think I'm gonna crumble this fucking base. I don't need this base, and I think the buy wipe is already coming up now. So it's like, I will cook. Do I even have a furnace here? I don't think so, because I was like, all my income's from scrapping. So yeah, we'll sell all this except for this and this. Or I don't know. What if I do this, I can sell all the rest of this. I don't know, there's a lot of ammo. I don't have a lot of sulfur. I don't have HV 556. No, because I don't have a T3. 7 days in there, and that's good. And then I will, because I really haven't been playing this that much. I'm probably gonna sell. Oops, no, I don't want to do this. I want to leave, and I'm gonna say sell, and we'll put a whole lot of this up, and sell for 6,000 ID. It wasn't even that much, right? And then I'll put all the rest of this back in. And I'll just keep selling everything, like everything. See if any of that sells. I don't think it will, but you know, I'd rather take the R2. I'm not running dungeons on this. I would take the 14 KRP, not bad. Yeah, give me 14.2 KRP. That's good. I could buy jetpacks and stuff like that. Fucking sweet. Let's recycle all the rest of this more scrap or whatever. Yep. And now we're a lot more sturdy. I could upgrade to all the way metal, I suppose. Let's upgrade to all metal. I don't really care about that. Yep, upgrade. You always get metal. I'm gonna throw these smoke grenades. Just go sell. Oh wait, no, I got high qual, but I mean, no, there's like 7 days of high qual in there. That's enough. That's enough for upkeep. I think. So, we're just gonna sell everything that falls. 2 KRP. Just keep breaking it on down. Break it on down. Yeah, look, I don't want to go up under games anymore unless they're like mega hits, you know, like
all
WoW
of those
2 or something like that, or Rust 2. I don't, you know, I don't think I'm going to change the way I even engage with my stream and the community even, I think, too. Something's happening. So I think the industry is changing very quickly.
If we've seen before, and the way that video games can now cater to the individualistic society we live in, more and more people care less about that and more about spending their time on something they care about. And that also has to do with the shifting age range of gamer. But even if we ignored all of that, the zeitgeist of must-play games to talk about at the water cooler has changed significantly. It's no longer about the Assassin's Creeds and the Call of Duties. Now, it's about Peak and Are We There Yet? It used to be Borderlands 4, and now it's Megabong. And of course, the Hollow Knight Silksongs of it all. Sure, Hollow Knight Silksong per units is one of the best-selling games of the year, and that's because everybody bought it. But the fact that it was $20 helped a lot in that. You might say that everybody knew what Hollow Knight Silksong was. It's a massive IP, despite it being a tiny indie game. But the truth is that the $20 price tag helps make it so that the buzz that everybody hears about it, the known quantity that it becomes, even if you're not sure if it's going to be for you, you're much more willing to throw down $20 for something that everybody's excited about than you are throwing down $80. And the same thing happens with a ton of indie games nowadays. People are much more willing to join in and give that zeitgeist a try when those prices are lower and focused on something different and innovative. And as people actually give it a try, those player numbers rise and they start to obtain cultural relevancy and new IPs are born. All of that in the lower price brackets where innovation does matter and where people do actually buy new games. See, the interesting thing is that people will buy tons of games every year, and the video game market is healthy as can be. 63% of US gamers buy 2 new games in a year. But more and more gamers are either subscribed to a gaming subscription service or buy or play older games that frequently go on sale, classics that it doesn't matter anymore what they look like or if they're 10 or 15 years old or anything like that. If the game is good, people will buy it for a lower price and enjoy the heck out of it. And we're seeing that applied to new games as well, as we see that trend downward towards people wanting to buy cheaper, better made games feel tailor-made for you. We're in an indie renaissance, but also in a dramatic shift of the entire market that's going to be even more radical if some of the news I've been hearing about is true. And I personally think this isn't just a way to disrupt and destabilize the status quo of an industry that's been dominated by a bunch of idiots that don't know what they're doing at the top, but it's also just a healthy way of getting more and more games that we get to enjoy, actually good new games. Not just retreads and nostalgia bait of games that have already been played out, but they want to sell to us all over again. There is some huge potential news coming as well that has to do a lot with maybe the plateau of technology coming up and a lot of things regarding, development and GPU prices and all sorts of things. And that video will come out in the next couple of days, or depending on when you watch this, check the channel. But it's an exciting time to actually see these data points be laid out bare to shut up a lot of what these big head honchos over at these companies want to convince us of. And as I said at the start, we as customers hold more power than we have ever before. So you know what I'm gonna say, go out there and enjoy some great video games. Although, wait, I did this in the wrong order. So also, huge thanks to the members of The Wall. We've got some new members up there this time around. These are the people that directly support the channel, be it on Patreon or directly here on YouTube through the members program. The Wall is now full, which means that next person that joins, it's another Wall expansion coming. I gotta sit down. Maybe it's time to redesign the whole Wall again. But thank you so much for supporting me in what I do, and I hope that it's worth it to you guys. I've been Mug. Go out there, enjoy as much as you can, play some great video games, and I'll see you again very soon.
Hey, howdy, how's it going? It's your girl, Naked Jacob, aka Snakeboy229.
10 years ago, on Monday, November 30th, 2015, I uploaded a YouTube video called Games That Should Bang, Grand Theft Auto 5 and Metal Gear Solid 5. I always did have a knack for short clickbaity titles. For 7 of those 10 years, Team Cherry, a very small game developer from Australia, was working on one thing: the highly anticipated sequel to their hit game Hollow Knight, Silksong. Silksong finally came out in September to everyone's surprise and proceeded to crash every gaming storefront known to man. And I proceeded to play the absolute devil out of it. So naturally, being a YouTube video essayist critic who gives a shit, I thought to myself, oh, I just gotta make a video about this. But then I had even more thoughts. Thoughts about myself and my experience as a game critic. Thoughts about what value game critics even hold. Thoughts like, why do I, of all people, a dumbass from South Dakota with a high school level education, possess any right or platform to cast my banal thoughts into an oversaturated sea of men standing in front of green screens going, are you a 22 to 34-year-old male that remembers nostalgia? Remember Xbox? Remember Mountain Dew in your innocence? remember the Titans? Wait, but isn't that like your whole thing? Yeah, and your thing is constantly saying stupid shit like, this is too linear and this is too outdated, and if every game isn't either Fallout New Vegas or Dark Souls, me and my ball are gonna growl at you. But you are not the one at least trying to make Starfield. You are not the one at least trying to make The Last of Us Part 2. Bro, You are not the thinker. You are the one barely managing to write a script right now in between your prolonged bathroom sessions of scrolling YouTube shorts for 30 minutes, and you are the one who just used the wrong "your" back there. Okay, what is happening right now? What even qualifies as a good sequel in the eyes of the self-appointed online critic YouTube fucker anyway? Is it getting more of the same but bigger, better, and more badass? Is it the overt, haha, remember that one, fan service? Is it defying expectations and just pissing everyone off and saying, all right, fuck it, here's Raiden, have fun, he's gonna get his gummy worm out later, and he does naked gummy worm cartwheels too. Yeah, it's probably a lot of those things on like a case-by-case basis. What's the genius title gonna be this time, you 10-year yoga yapping yokel bitch? Team Cherry's game design is outdated.
It's different this time, damn it.
How about Team Cherry's game design is frustrating, Team Cherry's game design is brilliant, Team Cherry's game design is punishing, satisfying, obtuse, enthralling, clever, good, bad, complicated, simple, but it's not just one fucking word. Won't you finally realize, after doing this trivial slot for a decade, that nothing and no one can ever be summed up by just one Okay, so I'm definitely going through some sort of midlife crisis as far as the trajectory of my career goes, but all of that aside, I really do want to make a good, interesting review on Silksong. But what even is a good review when everything is so incredibly subjective? I mean, I guess my hope is that when you're watching my videos, you're always seeing it through the lens that this is one man's deranged thoughts and not a objective opinion that everyone should have. But what if my videos had a numbered score at the end of them, and that score was aggregated on Metacritic, and that score brought down the overall Metacritic rating, and now the developer failed to meet the publisher's expectations and people lose their jobs? I mean, fuck it, Microsoft kills companies that get good Metacritic scores. Suddenly, a subjective opinion carries a lot more responsibility with it. I'm not saying mine necessarily does, thank God, but still, if your opinion is potentially going to be seen by millions of people and it's the thing that pays your bills and you throw a sponsor in the middle of it, it all just starts to get a little weird if you think about it too much, which I definitely am not. I would never. But at the same time, obviously, we need criticism. No one has all the time in the day to shovel through mountains of music, movies, TV shows, and games to figure out what's good and what's dog shit. Games are even weirder, though, because they demand something of you, an active participation where what could be extremely hard and inaccessible for one is binky-dinky bullshit baby tummy time for others. Not to mention, some are asking you for $70 or $80 now, and even the good ones can still release as a stuttering, shader compiling, unreal amount of issues, Engine 5, RTX on, DLSS, HD, DVD, DD, Dead Man Laboratory. But even if Silksong is your cup of tea, which it certainly is mine, it is also really fucking hard. That much has certainly been established. But is it too hard? And is it so hard that the Metacritic score should be lowered because of its too hardness? And what does too hard necessarily even mean? What does too hard even look like? What does too hard feel like? What does too hard sound like? God damn. Okay, you're cut off, so let's try to break down hardness into two things, difficulty and punishment. I came across this really great comment by user Jade Mallow on Reddit during the Silksong difficulty discourse that broke down the fundamental difference between D and P really well. Difficulty is the mechanical demand on the player during gameplay. How fun. Whether it's precise physical inputs during a platformer or action game, or mental acuity or problem-solving ability during a puzzle or strategy game. And punishment is what happens when the player fails to meet those demands. You fall into a hole, you gotta restart the level. You die from a boss, you gotta go back to the bonfire. You accidentally skip a cutscene when you didn't mean to in a Kojima game, and now you are just so fucking confused. Who is Mr. Corndog Man, and how am I ever supposed to figure out what his favorite microwavable frozen snack is? Celeste, really high difficulty, extremely low punishment. Difficulty on my made-up graph here is like an 8, Punishment is like a 1. If we split the difference, we can calculate an overall bullshit factor of 4.5. Balatro over here is like the polar opposite. Pretty low second-to-second difficulty demand on the player, let's say like a 2. However, very high punishment because when you fail, you have to start your entire run over, but each run is pretty short, so I don't know, let's say like a 7, giving an overall bullshit factor of 4.5. But what about something like Resident Evil? Mechanically, it's pretty difficult, mostly just because the fucking tank controls. But it's really the punishment that is often brutal. Save rooms are the only checkpoints in the game, so if you die, you will always go back to the last time you saved. But in order to save, you have to use these ink ribbon items, and there's a finite amount of them in the game. Goddamn. So a difficulty demand of like, I don't know, 5, but a punishment of like 9, and if we have our hamster crunch our numbers, we can get a bullshit factor of 7. Ooh. Definitely not a game for everyone. But what about Resident Evil 4? That's why it's the GOAT! Mechanically, it's a lot more demanding now because it's full-on action, but the punishment is way more chill. You get an automatic checkpoint at the beginning of every new room you waltz into, so if you die, it's okay, Leon, just try again. So although the difficulty demand is a bit higher of, let's say, 6.5, I don't know, none of these numbers are real, but the punishment is more chill, let's say like a 3, given a bullshit factor of 4.75, making it way more accessible to way more gamers, leading to way more people actually reaching the end of the game, which you should. There's a jet ski. Oh my god, I just spoiled the fucking jet ski. I'm so fucking sorry. Also, Mark Brown of Game Maker's Toolkit dropped a video about Silksong and difficulty and basically just explained everything I just did, but way better and more effectively. And he also used a graph, and I watched that and I was like, man, I did not go to college. Okay, that's enough for that. I think it's time for me to talk, okay? You know what? No, actually, you shut the fuck up and wait a second, because I actually made merch for once to commemorate this whole 10 years of dog shit thing on ballcreative.store. So you know what? I'm gonna take the talking stick for a second, okay? We got some serious pieces, okay? You guys remember the thank you for watching Arial font? Also, sometimes I've written it down. Do you remember the Tom Hanks shirt? We got a Jacob Hanks shirt now. There was that one time I sat on a ball. Ball Creative LLC. We got the big graphic on the back. Ballcreative.store. Okay. All right, lawyer. It's your turn. Go keep our lights on. Okay. Thank you. I guess now it's my turn with the talking stick. Hi, I'm Jakey, and Jakey, attorneys at law. Thank you to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. I used to do all my budgeting using crappy homemade spreadsheets that I'd make, but I'd get confused as all get out. What even is going on here? Is that Wingdings? But today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is here to help. Rocket Money is an easy-to-use app that helps you save more and manage your money better. Using Rocket Money, I created a customized budget in seconds, and I never had to spread my eyes on a crappy spreadsheet ever again. The app shows you where your money is going at all times and identifies top spending categories with insights on how you can stay within your budget better. Rocket Money will notify you about upcoming charges or when your balance is low to help you avoid overdrafts and late fees. I positively, absolutely hate discovering that I'm still paying for unwanted subscriptions. I only want to pay for wanted subscriptions like Lawyer Daily Magazine Global. They have comics. They make me go Once you connect your bank account, Rocket Money identifies all of your subscriptions in one place. From there, you can select the ones you don't want anymore, and Rocket Money may be able to help you cancel with just a few taps. Take control of your finances today. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen right now to get started for free. Thanks again to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video, and now let's get back to the Naked Jacob Power Hour. What's he doing this time? He's probably check this out. He's probably so outdated. He's just like a mangled mangled bag of bones and sawdust, and he's still wearing a really cool tap out shirt that says something like "Pain is just freakness leaving the body," and a snapback that says whatever. Okay, I'll miss you. But within D and P, there's more specific types of F, or friction. Some being nice heavenly friction, and some being evil little frickers. More like split friction. Go ahead and write that down. I'm gonna need a freaking frictionary to keep up with this guy. And yeah, I am the teacher's pet, in case you were wondering. Going back to Resident Evil, you could argue the high punishment is necessary though, because it provides stakes. It gives you something to lose, makes you think more carefully about your decisions the next time. But most importantly, that friction is a fundamental tool to immerse you into a world that is supposed to make you feel poor, lost, and scared, or PLS. Please write that down as well. You got it, teach. I'm still the teacher's pet. Example of a bad friction, a little fricker. Grand Theft Auto Trilogy on the Sony PS2. You drive across the big-ass map to start a mission. During the mission, you drive back to the other side of the big-ass map. Somewhere along the way, you die to some random bullshit. You awaken at a hospital with less money, none of your weapons, and on top of that, now you get to drive all the way back across the map just to start the mission over again. GTA 4 added the immediate retry text message, which was huge, and then Red Dead Redemption and onward just had full-on automatic checkpoints during the missions. Where for better or worse, now there's like 0 stakes, vastly decreasing the punishment to like a 1, while also making the difficulty like a 2 or 3, calculating a bullshit factor of 2, making them extremely accessible to gamers of all skill levels, and sold like 1 trillion copies. I don't really know, man. I never really played them. I got Gamecast. But it has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that in the year 2025 AD, gamers love getting they ass beat. Dark Souls, especially at the time of its release, was like 999 difficulty punishment bullshit factor. It is straight up obnoxious to a new player. But it also wouldn't be nearly as memorable or meaningful an experience if it didn't beat your ass in the manner it does, while also having such a rich world full of unexplained secrets making you say please. But Dark Souls is far from perfect and also has some really bad frictional aspects as well, aka how nothing is balanced at all, and you can get cursed by frogs, and some runbacks are just obnoxious to be obnoxious, and some areas run like shit, and some areas just aren't finished. But Dark Souls inspired a billion games after it, including Hollow Knight. While playing Silksong, I thought about a lot of different Souls games, but more specifically Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, because I feel they have a lot in common. Erdtree, more so than any Souls game prior, cranked that difficulty knob so goddamn high it nearly broke off the Miyazaki flux capacitor. But it also had relatively low punishment a lot of the time, at least when it comes to many of the boss fights. FromSoft gradually realized that, hey, do you guys think that maybe forcing the player to do a run back every single time they want to attempt a really hard boss might be a pointless waste of time that offers no stimulating challenge beyond proving you can do the same thing over and over again? Perchance, yes. But we can still do the fucked up swamp level, right? Well, yeah. I mean, come on. God, I love working here. We're all so fucked up. That's why most bosses have a checkpoint right outside the door. Now they can have a boss that two-shots you with a never-ending 20-hit combo without fully maximizing that bullshit meter to where I stop playing. Although, sometimes I got pretty fucking close. Some of those fuckers were just way too fast. It's like they went back to making Sekiro bosses, but with Dark Souls 3 combat. And you just get to die a billion times until you can finally differentiate which combos actually end and which ones just extend into infinity. Goddamn girl, how much stamina you fucking got? And I soloed the last boss at launch before they nerfed him, and I have footage of it to prove it. So don't you dare reduce any possible criticism to get good, pussy. I had a whole video about Erdtree that I actually canceled because it just wasn't very good, and a lot of my complaints at the time did sort of just boil down to skill issue, but I had a pre-release review copy and everything courtesy of Bandai Namco. I probably should have put the video out. Actually, that's my bad. Sorry about that one. My theory is that the main reason many people are saying Skong is too hard is because when they upped that difficulty knob, they did not also adjust that punishment knob accordingly. Combat, platforming, and bosses are all typically much more demanding than a lot of Hollow Knight 1. Certain enemies hit you for 2 masks. Most bosses hit you for 2 masks. Hell, even environmental hazards sometimes hit you for 2 masks. And you only start with 5, so if my calculus is correct, that's a 3-mistake wiggle room you're rocking with. And even when you finally get a 6th mask after hunting down 4 different mask shards, you still die in 3 hits because 6 divided by 2 is still 3, so why didn't I just start with 6 masks to make that first new mask actually hit once I got it? You got me over here doing fucking bug math! But like Hollow Knight 1, the punishment for failure is having to repeat sometimes long, sometimes short, but oftentimes tedious run-back sections just to get another crack at a boss you have 0 knowledge on. And 3 mistakes to quickly try and learn that boss before once again walking your white bug ass back to 8 Mile. Which this is really the core nugget and central thing I was trying to get to this whole time. when is it fun to repeat stuff? Because okay, in an effort to be a fair critic, perchance we look at it a different way. One could argue Silky is actually predominantly a platformer that just heavily features combat. And in many platformers, the punishment for failure is having to complete many sections that you have already completed because that's where the sense of accomplishment often stems from. It's like fighting Bowser at the end of a Mario level, but this Bowser boofs creatine. And finally beating Boof Bowser might not be as satisfying if the stakes of really not wanting to do that fucking run back again weren't there. Remember stakes and punishment and friction and all that stuff? Resident Evil, we talked about it, remember? But also, I felt that proving I can get to the last judge boss fight over and over didn't really add anything to my eventual sense of accomplishment when I beat it. It's just a bunch of time spent I know I will never get back. But hold on there, Yogi Bear. To counter my counter, I then read the article Hollow Knight Silksong's Hardest Checkpoint and Why I Like It by Lee Brady on my favorite gaming publication I've definitely heard of before, trueachievements.com. And Lee made a pretty damn compelling argument in favor of this now notorious runback's inclusion, essentially saying that this sharp jump in difficulty right at the end of Act 1 is a final test to the player to make sure that they can hang once it gets really fucked up in Act 2. The player, fueled by their impatience and frustration, will likely get much better at platforming simply because they want to get through this ass play as fast as possible. Maybe even discovering shortcuts along the way via nail bouncing, which is certainly a skill Act 2 wants you to be pretty fucking good at. And with this particular, now infamous run back to the last judge, I surprisingly might actually side with Lee Brady on this one. You know what? Fuck it. Shout out trueachievements.com. They should pay me for all these shout outs they're getting. But also, in perchance, let me just say this. When I finally did beat the last judge, I fucking died from the explosion because my dumbass put the controller down. Bro, most bosses do like an explosion effect thing when they die, but this one actually fucking exploded. And now I get to do all of that over again because apparently I sinned a lot in a past life. But even if you're in the camp that thinks runbacks are a key component of this game, what about all the runbacks that don't really have anything going on? If every death requires me to mindlessly run back to a bathroom, I gotta run to a bathroom and shit my pants. If every death requires me to mindlessly run back to a boss room without any actual challenge thrown my way, then what is the point of the runback's inclusion at all other than just adding hours to my overall playtime? I'm legit asking you, yes, you, whoever is watching this right now, am I being a crazy, impatient iPad baby? I'm legit asking you right now. Be honest with me. Go down in the comments. Let me know. Do I need a Binky and a Baby Bjorn to cruise around in? Let's start a poll. Let's hear from the people. Let's get it started. Shout out Black Eyed Peas. Let's get it started. Do not look up the original lyrics to that song, though. And do not even get it Black Eyed Peas started on the dirty dog shit piece of hogwash hog calling contest that is Coral Tower. Having to wait for Hornet to wake up, play the song again, wake up again, launch up into the room, get into the room, and then finally attempt the marathon of 3 separate Hell in a Cells full of freaky flyer miles that take 1 billion fucking hits to kill every single time you die is so wildly unnecessary and fucking infuriating. I'm spitting right now. Honestly, that run back of just having to wait for Coral Tower pissed me off more than any of the actual fights in this game because it turned out the hardest boss was the fucking clock in my house, but you would not believe his backstory. It's demented as shit. The nicest thing I can say about Coral Tower is that at least your fucking weapon tools don't run out because you're going into a dream.
This guy's all over the place, and it just seems like some kind of flow of consciousness thing, and I like it, but I also don't like the games that he's mentioning at all, and I don't find anything in common with him at all.
I use the hunter's crest. You're a hunter, you're going into a dream. You get fucked up by crows, and this is just Bloodborne. Do you know how many people I have recommended Bloodborne to who quickly bounced off it just because the beginning is so goddamn impossible to a new player? I have been racking my brain for years trying to understand why Bloodborne chose to have finite healing vials and bullets. I really want to understand.
I didn't use guns in Bloodborne. I was like, why? It takes precious moments of me chopping them with a two-hander.
The seemingly obtuse design.
And my ethos worked. I beat Bloodborne. I've got it on my PlayStation. I can log into PlayStation and show you the achieve. I beat Bloodborne.
Choice of letting the player easily fall into the negative loop of, I'm dying because I used up all my blood vials, but I can't get more blood vials because I can't stop dying. All right, well, my
last boss is a real bitch, and he stands right outside. And it's not like I'm watching a video about it. It's like, I did this. He's a bitch, and it turns out the last boss is actually at the fucking hub, like the main hub, you know, where the girl puppet like levels you, gives you levels and stuff. The last boss is actually over there. Like, you go out like the front door of the graveyard that you live in, where the main hub is, where you go to like the random generated like dungeons and stuff, and all the vendors and the puppet that levels you. And then you run out the front door of the fucking graveyard, and the game boss is standing outside, which was an interesting choice. But he was also the worst boss I have ever fought, hands down. Bloodborne last boss was the worst boss I ever fought. I bashed my head for three and a half fucking hours, something like that. Yeah, not too fun, you know. But I have my Bloodborne achieve. I absolutely do. I feel like I'm a member of an elite club. I'm not sure my best friend has Bloodborne. We'll see.
The point is that when it comes to many aspects of Silksong, it's kind of the same shit. If you want to use the very cool tool weapons during very difficult boss fights, you're first gonna have to stock up on shards by grinding enemies or by purchasing shard bundles. I actually gamified the crap out of this once I was in Act 2 by getting really good at fighting these big guys in this long ass hallway. And I'd just do it until I had like 1,000 rosaries to spend on shard bundles and everything else that's expensive as fuck because the rosary economy is in the gutter. Bro, bosses can't even afford to have any. You are so seriously PLS'd up for so much of this game if you don't grind, because the majority of bosses give you jack shit. Like, even dropping a couple Benjamins would really help me out. I think what they wanted to do with shards is give you an extra incentive to engage with enemies while you're out exploring other than just rosaries, but I think you could still achieve that if resting at a bench at least always refilled your tools like 30%. Hell, while I'm at it, do the same thing for Bloodborne and at least give me like 3 blood vials. Okay, 2. Okay, fine, just give me 1, goddammit! Bloodborne has super tedious runbacks, an overly punishing difficulty, and fucked up birds that will make you want to throw up. It also has one of the most engrossing worlds that I have ever experienced in a video game that shoves its claws deep into your fucking skull and refuses to ever let go, and some of the finest boss battles ever crafted by human hands. It is one of the best games I have ever played that is extremely hard to recommend to any of my friends. Put Silksong in that fucking Mad Lib, and now we're finally getting somewhere, okay? Critical Jitical can go fuck off and flick his clitical, okay? He can go get Analytical Spherical Miracle. You're now just talking with a 30-year-old man who really loves a game about bugs. I want to tell you about a bench. This is a bench in Tompkins Square Park, East Village, New York. I sat on a piece just like this for dozens of hours in 2020 while I was writing a video called Naughty Dog's Game Design is Outdated. Saying an entire company's game design is outdated is certainly a choice. Yeah, but I do stand by the vast majority of what I said in that video, and I continue to have strong feelings about that game and that story to this day. Not because I don't want it to exist or, oh, fuck that game, I don't care. It's the opposite. It's actually because I care so much about it existing at all. But I also think with the culture of YouTube and advertising at large, if you want your stuff to actually be seen by an audience, you also kind of got to play the game a little bit, and Naughty Dog's game design is outdated is a lot more intriguing and succinct than Naughty Dog's game design is super insanely impressive in 1,000 different ways and one of the best third-person shooters ever, but the clear dissonance between how the cutscenes and gameplay handle the incredibly graphic violence that is central to the story feels empty, outlandish, and outdated. Saying that Fallout 3 is garbage sounds pretty brutal, but then you watch that video and you're like, Yeah, man, especially compared to New Vegas, Fallout 3 is pretty garbage. But also, without Fallout 3, there is no New Vegas or Skyrim, so obviously there is merit to that game, but Fallout 3 is garbage is a lot more intriguing and succinct than Fallout 3 is important, but is also a really bad RPG with very poor writing and narrow choices that completely disrespect the design philosophy of prior entries in the series. I mean, to be fair, I probably would click on a video titled that as well. By the way, in no world is this me going after Bomber guy of all people. Are you fucking kidding me? I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. I love bro and his videos. Do not misinterpret me, for the love of God. But on YouTube at large, when it comes to gaming video essay review type videos, there does seem to be a specific tone and type of video that is popping up more and more often. I'm speaking with the attitude that I know better than the people who actually managed to create something against all odds, and I want my viewers to also feel a sense of superiority, because hating stuff is easier than making it. Also, I think Margot Robbie is mid. Like, once again, to myself included, bro,
Margot Robbie
we
is
are
not
not the
mid.
thinker. I promise I'm doing this because I just really care about the medium, and I'm not just carelessly looking around for things to shit on. But have I mentioned that I 100%ed this game and played it for 80 hours and frequently felt like I was having a once every 10 years transcendent gaming experience? Because that all feels pretty important too. Yes, this game is probably too hard for a lot of people and has some frictionary design concepts that I am not that crazy about. But I am crazy about this game. So crazy that it put me in an existential crisis. Listen to this bug. Is that even a design concept? I don't even, just give it a 10 already and let's fucking move on. Playing through the vast majority of this game without looking anything up definitely led to some really difficult moments. But it also gave me what I am finally, after years and years and years, realizing is my favorite emotion that is possible from playing a video game. Childlike wonder. This shit is endless. This world feels infinite. How are there this many different enemies and this many different bosses and this many different bug NPCs and this many amount, this word is starting to feel weird, I've said it too many times, amount of secret walls that open up entirely new areas? Every bug sings their own individual song. Do you realize how many fucking bugs are in this game? I whipped my needle out constantly and was so consistently shocked by the results. I mean, just look at this shit. Play the game, and you should, because I guarantee you will still be so surprised by so many things in this game, because this video would need to be like 9 hours long in order for me to spoil all of it. Learning to move through this world with the speed and precision and grace of like an opera on roller skates, we had to mention Counter-Strike one time, is euphoric. Like, you can't really explain to someone how good this game feels unless they actually play it, because of all the animations. She does the fucking Castlevania shit. The bosses in Silksong have such an incredible pacing to them. So many fights feel like this pitch perfect, harmonious duet that you and bro are singing together until someone eventually dies. Discovering the mist, slowly realizing the Lost Woods ass style way to navigate it, reaching the exhaust organ, encountering the motherfucker maestro inside responsible for your soundtrack, experiencing what is arguably my favorite boss fight in the whole game, and then on top of that, you get a fucking parry ability? Are you pulling my leg off right now? Stop! No! Experiencing that shit on a Steam Deck in bed at like 4 a.m. has already cemented itself as one of my favorite memories from any game I have ever played. Oh, the run back for Phantom is kind of annoying though, because it's just these mindless gas vents. You better shut the goddamn hell up right now. Do not make me send you back to Mr. Corndog Man, because I fucking will. I'll fucking send you back to the Corndog Man. Bro, who gives a shit that the run back is a little annoying? Do you hear this music playing right now? I mean, I don't, because I'm in a fallout shelter, but you do. I'm sure it's nice. It must be nice. Must be nice. Christopher Larkin, what gives you the goddamn right You have the audacity to write music this good and not put the main battle theme on Spotify? What the fuck? Yes, this theme, one that often plays during those Hell in a Cells, is one of my favorite songs in the entire game. It got me fired up every single time I heard it, and somehow has the perfect concoction of like determination and fear and uncertainty, and I just really like it. And you decided to leave it off the official soundtrack, Mr. Larkin, because someone wanted to see my ball growl. And let me just also say this. She's an old dog, but she still will bark. The way this game conveys the crooked nature of this corrupt bug world through its environments, dialogue, and gameplay is second to no one. I kept notes on my phone to remember things like a door that I would need to return to or an NPC I just thought was really interesting and I liked. Finding Loam, hearing his pain grunting and dialogue, running on the little treadmill next to him to only eventually be rewarded with one rosary along with Loam's praise. It all paints such a vivid and devastating picture of what's going on here. It's similar to the confession booth you can pay 25 rosaries for. It literally does nothing. You can do it a billion times, it will always do nothing. And that's amazing. One of the only times I looked something up in this game was in Bile Water, the most bullshit part of this game by far, a now infamous platforming gauntlet through poison where one of your rewards is a fake bench that drops you right back into poison. My brother mentioned that there was actually another secret bench to make the most brutal run back in the game by far easier, and I just got really tired of trying to look for it, so I eventually caved and Googled it. But that search inadvertently revealed to me that there was actually a charm I could get in an area I didn't even know existed that would help with the poison. Would I have found—
Why are you playing a kid's game? It seems weird. Shouldn't a kid be talking about this? I didn't want a Silk Song video. Oh, okay, so explore is where, okay, I thought that's what this stuff is, but can you live a normal life in Cyberpunk by Annie Austin?
Have you ever wondered what it might be like to live in Night City from Cyberpunk 2077 if you were just a regular person? Like, if you needed to have a job, commute to work, and get food and stuff, what would that look like? This question has always fascinated me, so I came up with a little experiment for myself. I'm going to live for 7 straight days in Cyberpunk 2077, which means I'm going to find a place to call home and come back there every single night to sleep. I'm going to find a place to work and go there every single day for hours at a time. I'm only going to eat in real life when my character is able to eat in-game, and I'm even going to buy real-life foods that match the types of foods available in Cyberpunk so I have similar nutrients flowing through my body. But the thing that's really going to make this difficult is that the Cyberpunk day-night cycle is 3 hours long. So living 7 straight days is going to take 21 hours, which is 21 hours of walking to the same buildings, seeing the same people, and doing the same monotonous tasks. And I'm going to do it all in one sitting. I've got lots of other crazy rules to share with you about the challenge, but first we need to figure out the details of our...
Oops. No. Wait, you let me move it
work,
forward,
so we
but
were...
you wouldn't let me move it back? Oh, cool, you can move it forward, though. Look, they improved this a lot more. Nice.
Screen. Anything else you would clean with a microfiber cloth, but I don't know if you'd want to wipe your your computer screen with a shirt that you're actively wearing, but whatever, do whatever you want. MeUndies did not tell me to tell you this. I'm just telling you just to prove that I actually do engage with their products. I use them all the time. I'm wearing their underwear right now. Anyway, knock out all your holiday gifting needs today with MeUndies. Right, I forgot to tell you they have holiday themed stuff if you're into that sort of thing. Personally, not really my bag, but a lot of people like it, so they've got it. To get exclusive holiday deals up to 50% off, go to MeUndies.com/AnyAustin and enter promo code AnyAustin. That's MeUndies.com/AnyAustin. promo code ANYAUSTIN for up to 50% off. Anyway, let's get back to our miserable average life where we live in a tiny apartment in a disgusting dystopian city. So we found our apartment, and now we need to figure out where a normal person might work. And in my mind, there's really only one good option for entry-level work in a giant city: food service. Sure, we could pretend to be a street vendor or a janitor or whatever, but Night City's lower class is built on entertainment and hedonism, and the quickest way to get into that industry is through restaurants. Now, we're going to want to find a restaurant that's within walking distance of our apartment building, because the train system in the city doesn't have nearly enough stops to be useful for commuting to work, and the fast travel mechanic, which I assume is representative of a taxi service, would be much too expensive for a working class Joe Schmo like me to use every single day. The best option for work I could find here is this little place tucked in an alley a few blocks away from our apartment called Jiao Zhong Mao, also known as a Ginger Panda. This is a sit-down restaurant, which is great because it means better tips, and it also means we're not just going to be standing behind a counter all day. These are my two co-workers who actually make the food and tend to the bar, and my job will be to manage tables, take orders, and keep the place clean and tidy. I didn't know it yet, but these two workers and a handful of our customers were about to become the closest thing that I had to friends for the next 20 hours. But first, the big question here is, how long is my shift at this restaurant going to be? Well, there's a little bit of lore in Cyberpunk that we can actually reference to figure this out. There is a shard in the game that you can pick up and read that makes mention of the fact that an 80-hour work week in this game would be considered desirable at a big tech company in the city. And another piece of lore mentions a device you can get that can make it so that you only require 3 hours of sleep per night to function normally. My guess would be that these things would apply more so to your corporate workers rather than a lowly server. That said, we're going to assume that the world of Cyberpunk has really good and cheap stimulants as well as a minimal labor protection. So our character is going to work 12-hour shifts 6 days a week with 1 day off, and we're going to sleep a minimum of 6 hours per night. Feels like a reasonable Cyberpunk style compromise. We'll work out the details of when each shift is going to be later on, but next we have to figure out where we're going to get food. So you remember how earlier I mentioned that our apartment didn't have a kitchen and that most apartments in this game don't have kitchens? It also turns out that there aren't really grocery stores in Night City. All of the purchasable food is in convenience form, either from vending machines or corner stores, and the only exception to that are the food stalls and restaurants. Most likely, this means that mass-produced synthetic food has become so cheap and standards of living so reoriented that people basically just eat out of vending machines for most meals. You can see good evidence of this by the fact that the player character's apartment in the game literally has vending machines inside of it, from which you can order basically anything you might need to get by, not just food. How convenient! Get me one of those. What this means is that rather than fitting in a grocery run on our commute to and from work, we really just need to remember to grab something out of a vending machine a couple of times a day or stop at one of the food stalls. With that taken care of, we really just have one more thing to sort out before we can begin. Recreation. That would include socializing, entertainment, fulfillment, relaxation, anything that we do with our free time that isn't directly tied to surviving. In real life, we have lots of options for this, at least ideally, including public parks, hiking, going out to bars or clubs, playing video games, and so on. And in Cyberpunk, we kind of have the same options. By far, the most common leisure activity in the city is drinking or some variation of chemical escapism. This can be done in restaurants and bars, but also just on the street, meaning that Night City likely doesn't have open container laws, or at least not ones widely enforced. Most people also have access to a computer of some kind, which we can assume means people are still scrolling on the internet and playing video games, possibly doing other things with their computer. Green spaces like parks, as you can imagine, are not very common, but there are a few places near where we live that kind of qualify, like this walking path along the canal here, or this plaza area with benches and sculptures. Not exactly going to feel like a breath of fresh air, but it's slightly less claustrophobic than sitting in a back alley people watching. And then the last accessible entertainment option for us would be the various clubs across the city. None of these are super close to where we live, but with any luck, maybe after work we'll have time to get to the train station, head across town, have some fun, and get home in time for work the next day. If we were richer, we might be able to do some higher class entertainment activities like brain dances, which is sort of like VR but for your whole brain. But for our purposes, our options for joy and fulfillment are basically going to be limited to the classics: gaming, drinking, dancing, and going for walks. All the good stuff.
I keep trying to like Cyberpunk, and it's like, no, I don't think I'm going to. Unfortunately. So, I remember now that I was going to try and get Dragon's Dogma to run in some kind of acceptable frame rate. And while I'm doing that, I will also try and get that portable copy that I was doing. So we're going to go back to YouTube. And open. Yeah, I want this portable copy of this. Yeah. We'll take you over here so I can watch you. And then in the meantime, I will just try and get this copy to run well. Which was what? F do Dragon's Dogma 2.
With these logistical things figured out, we're starting to get a pretty good idea of what an average life in Night City might look like, at least on paper. Long hours at work, substances to keep you going, minimal time for relaxing, and doing your best to scrape together some kind of meaning in a pretty unforgiving world. Which is kind of our job as people on Earth, too. Cyberpunk just exaggerates the circumstances a little bit, but just listing out these facts about life doesn't actually make me feel like I truly understand what day-to-day life here would be like. The only way to figure out what day-to-day life here would actually be like is we're gonna have to live it for 7 straight.
Yeah, like Shadows of Doubt's the only game I've ever played that. You did this for the wrong game. Million views, damn. This was a good video. Yep, I'll sub to him.
8 days. So like I said up front, each day in Cyberpunk is apparently about 3 real-life hours long, which is extremely long as day-night cycles in video games go. Minecraft's day-night cycle, for example, is only only 20 minutes. Red Dead Redemption 2's is 48 minutes, and Skyrim's is longer, but it's still just barely over an hour. And that means that in order to...
Something about something I did it didn't like. Wow. Try again.
To live out 1 week in Cyberpunk time, I'll have to play the game for about 21 hours straight in Earth time. Each of these days, I'm going to expect myself to get at least 6 hours of sleep, and all but one of the days I'll be working a shift at the Ginger Panda from noon to midnight, which will be about 90 minutes of real-life time, which means that over the course of the experiment, I'll be spending 9 hours doing nothing but standing inside this one building in Cyberpunk 2077. I'll get 1 day off during the week, which I can use for anything I want, but I have to make sure that no matter what I do, I get a minimum of 6 hours of sleep, and I cannot be late to work the next day. If I am, the whole experiment starts over. In order to make this exercise as immersive as possible, of course, anytime that I want to eat in real life, I'll have to make sure I'm able to do that in-game, which also applies to drinking things. And also, like I said, I've lined up a bunch of foods that correspond to foods that are available in our area in the game. The only catch here is that because days in Cyberpunk are 8 times faster than real life, any food or drinks I consume will need to be 8 times smaller than their normal serving size. So I'm subjecting myself to the same cycles of hunger and thirst that our in-game character will be experiencing. And last, but certainly not least, I'm only going to be able to use the restroom if I can actually get to a bathroom in the game. So that'll be fun. Let's begin the experiment. I started this experiment at 10 a.m. in-game, but in real life it was about 7 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday, and for maximum immersion, I had not eaten or drank. I hadn't had anything to drink all morning. So the first thing I wanted to do was start to get a sense of where near my apartment I could grab some kind of breakfast and some kind of caffeine, and thankfully there was a vending machine in a small alley next to our apartment building that had both coffee and some kind of milkshake thing. I snagged both, grabbed a seat on some nearby stairs, drank my real-life 1/8 sized coffee and shake, did a few minutes of
It doesn't like the changes that I'm doing, which is fucking annoying. I wonder if it's the DLSS. This client, it's faulty, and it won't give me the settings I want to get this game where it'll run on my like run with other games at the same time. I could keep trying. I think it's the. Let's see if we can determine if it's the DLSS causing it. I don't really know.
people watching before heading down the street for my first
I want to play this game for the music. I can tell that the music's really genuinely good. Like, you know, but also I need the game to run, like, in a frame rate that's acceptable. Wait. Oh.
Shift at work. Now you're probably realizing, just like I did, that if I just woke up in real life, I was going to be a lot more than 1/8 normal hunger. You know, having an eighth of a protein shake isn't exactly going to fill me up in the morning. But my thinking was that while early on I would probably be slightly hungrier than my character might actually be in game, over time that line would even out because I'd be eating small quantities fairly frequently, and cycles of hunger would follow the same motion in real life as they would in the game, which is the important part. Once I arrived at work, the first thing I did was get acquainted with my coworkers and then go around checking to see what kind of customers I might be dealing with over the next 12 hours. Some of these customers were nice, some of them were mean, and some of them were pretty weird.
I'm collecting these! I got 7!
Pretty quickly, it became clear that this was going to be a real test of my patience, and it dawned on me that I was going to have to find a way to kill 90 minutes, not just once, but 6 separate times inside this one-room restaurant that had basically no interactive objects in it, all while pretending to do a job that doesn't actually exist in Cyberpunk 2077. To put that in perspective, that means the time I would have to spend doing nothing but staring at the walls of this restaurant was roughly the length of a feature film, only instead of watching a feature film, I'd be listening to the same 2 voice lines from the same 10 or 15 NPCs, hearing the same 4 songs on loop, and watching the minutes slowly tick by on the clock in the upper right of the screen until it hit midnight and I could leave. So I did what you would do at any job where you want to pass the time. I gave people names so I could keep track of them and talk to them. The 2 most important ones are the owner of the restaurant here, who I decided to call Armando, and the line cook over here I named Lucille. The rest of the cast just kind of slotted in place around them. Throughout the day, not a single new NPC came into the restaurant, and none of the ones that were there left. But I did start to find myself relying on some of the more entertaining voice lines to lift my spirits as the long hours started to get to me, including this one.
Forward march!
And my personal favorite.
Yeah? What's up in the big world?
So anytime I found myself getting bored, I would go strike up a conversation with one of these NPCs, chit-chat with them until they said my favorite voice line.
Yeah? What's up in the big world?
And then move on to the next one.
What's up in the big world?
March!
Eventually, 10 o'clock rolled around, all the NPCs popped out of existence except my 2 main coworkers, and all that was left to do was pretend to sweep and bust the tables, say goodbye to my new boss, and head out into the night that gave this city its name. I had to be asleep by 4 a.m. if I wanted to get up at 10 a.m. for my shift the next day, but as any good food service employee knows, you can't end your first shift at a new restaurant without a celebratory drink. It was 9 a.m. on a Sunday, by the way. So I had a seat at a little stall that served some kind of high-quality intoxicant called Calavera Feliz, filled up my shot glass with 1/8 of a shot of this liquid, and threw it back while advertisements blared in my ears telling me about a sweepstakes where I could win a trip to a luxury casino in space.
Send the word SPACE to 7299 for a chance to win a 1-week getaway.
This was the first moment that I felt something interesting during this experiment. With the taste of Calavera Feliz still on my tongue and the relief of no longer being inside that building in my heart, I listened to this guy on the TV tease me with a life of luxury I knew I would never have. And I looked around at the late night crowd wandering through this alley with the litter everywhere and the grimy tabletop I was sitting at, and I got a tiny feeling in my stomach. For just a brief second, my body, not my mind, but my body, felt a little melancholy feeling of actually being in this depressing alley. And I know it was just a random coincidence, but right at that moment when the advertisement told me to text SPACE to 7299, I looked over at the food stall worker, and she was texting someone with a big smile on her face. I ended up going for a late night walk after that and getting extremely lost in the tangled walkways of Night City's layered streets, but I made it back home just in time to snag some water, head up the steps, and get to bed on time. Good morning, everybody. Day 2 started much the same as day 1. I got in the elevator, caught up on some advertisements, and grabbed my morning coffee and shake from the vending machine. Rather than sitting on the steps today, I opted to walk to work early and drink my 1/8 sized drinks in the alleyway next door so as not to be late. And while I was drinking my coffee, I had another weirdly immersive feeling wash over me.
Oh, I'm not excited to go have another shift to this damn job. This is only number 2.
But we signed up for this, and we had another long shift to get through, so here we go.
Good morning, beautiful people at the Ginger Panda.
The one thing I was eager to see is whether or not the NPCs were going to cycle out from day to day, and as it turned out, it was a little more complicated than that. The main guy, Armando, is still here, and the middle staff member with the pink beard, who we called Paul, I believe, is here as well. But Lucille, the line cook, has been swapped out for a new girl. We decided to call this new girl Chloe, and she was going to end up being the person I talked to most throughout the whole experiment. The customers are where things got interesting, because even though a lot of them had been swapped out, every single chair that had somebody in it on day 1 also had somebody in it on day 2. For reference, the layout of the Ginger Panda is like this, with tables around the edges and the bar in the middle, and these tables are the ones that always have somebody at them. Each of these tables also has a set animation that goes with it. So on this table, for example, whoever is sitting here is just staring at their hand all day. At this table, there's always one guy standing up and staring at another guy sitting down, and so on and so forth. This was fine, but it did mean that occasionally you would have an NPC that you really liked one day,
What's up in the big world?
who is now sitting in a new chair with a totally new personality.
The fuck you smiling at?
Which is a little sad, but I can deal with it. The other big change on our second shift is that I ran out of things to do a whole lot sooner.
This is really a slog, I'll tell you. Yeah, I am really bored, actually. This is an extremely boring job.
Which makes sense, and if you think about it, it's actually very fitting, because real jobs are boring, but pretending to do a real job inside of a video game is actually even more boring, because there aren't any real people to talk to or real tasks to do. This is also where the experiment stopped feeling like a cute idea for a video and started feeling like an actual challenge. I continue to have fake conversations with the customers, and I talked to our new line cook, Chloe, a lot, because her animation incorporated a lot of subtle nods.
Wow, so it turns out that it's not too loud. You're like not saving these settings or something. Yeah, it's taking a little while to do it, but it's doing it. Nice, I got it to work, I think. Or maybe it crashed, I don't know. Ah, there we go. I think I actually fixed the game, maybe. Okay, so now I want to do the graphics. Oh, it's just like saving or whatever. It takes a long time to save. Maybe I'll switch out AK for shotgun. Because the AK does, I mean, well, no, the shotgun can't hit things far away, which is a problem. what I think it should be at. Okay, we'll leave it on and we'll just see how this does. My original copy had a problem with it, but I fixed it apparently. Now I'm gonna do this long save, but that's alright.